for Asia or ShareCom For Asia Dialogue. I am Brian Mariano, Knowledge Management Specialist at Forest Foundation Philippines, and I will help you navigate today's event. It's an honor to have you all here virtually. For today, we have several sessions in store for you with messages and presentations from development partners in the social and community forestry sector in Asia, as well as the turnover of a CBFM atlas to the Philippine government. Before we formally start our program, allow me to introduce ShareCom for Asia. The traditional ways of conducting fora and similar assemblies may no longer meet the present mode of connectivity and fast-paced nature of development. Current demands of times call for a new avenue to elevate the discussion in social and community forestry where appropriate innovations, tangible results, products, and tools can be shared with communities and other relevant actors. This new setting is envisaged to serve as an important catalyst for collective action among stakeholders. ShareCom for Asia, which stands for Sharing Lessons, Advancing Collective Action in Community Forestry for Asia, provides a unique platform designed to share experiences and distill lessons in community forestry in Asia. It is expected to initiate collaborative seed projects in community forestry that foster collective action in response to expressed needs and priorities for the benefits of local communities and sustainable management of forest resources. We're still configuring our feature or our live feature on Facebook, but I hope we could um, have this session live now on Facebook. But please invite your colleagues and friends as well to follow this event. And later, we will also accept questions from our online participants. We will collate these and have the opportunity to discuss with our speakers. To open this virtual forum and welcome the participants and guests, may I introduce UPLB Chancellor Jose V. Camacho Jr. Dr. Jose V. Camacho Jr. is the 10th Chancellor of University of the Philippines, Los Baños, who started his three-year term on November 2020. Dr. Camacho was the Dean of Graduate School from 2012 to 2020 and a professor of economics at the College of Economics and Management. His vision mission statement is dubbed as Future Proofing UPLB. Dr. Camacho specified the need to future proof UPLB's human resources, lifelong learning and instruction system, research and innovation system, commitment to public good and social welfare, and global engagement. Dr. Camacho finished his Doctor of Economics in 2017 with specialization in economics of education, labor, and human resource economics at Kyoto University, Japan. May I call on Chancellor Camacho for the welcome remarks.
To the Secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Honorable Roy Simatu, to the Chairperson of the Federation of Community Forestry Users Nepal, Ms. Bharati Pathak, to the Executive Director of RECOFS, Dr. David Gans, to the Principal Natural Resources and Agriculture Economist of the Asian Development Bank, Dr. Takeshi Ueda, and to the Strategic Area Manager for Sustainable Forest Management and Coordinator for Papua and West Papua Provinces of the JIZ, Mr. Muhammad Siddiq, to CIRCA Senior Fellow, Dr. Doris Capistrano, to the Principal Scientist and Acting Country Representative of the Philippines at C4 ICRAF, Dr. Delia Katakutan, and to the Program Head of CIRCA's Research and Thought Leadership, Dr. Pedcris Orencio, to the Dean of the UPLB College of Forestry and Natural Resources, Dean Marlo Mendoza, and to CFNR Professor and NAST Academician, Dr. Juan Polhin, to all our guests and representatives from our institutional partners and stakeholders, to our organizing team, and to all our participants, welcome and good afternoon. It is my great joy to address you all as we open sharing lessons, advancing collective action in community forestry for Asia, or ShareCom for Asia Regional Forum with this inaugural dialogue. Organized by the UPLB INREM in partnership with the Philippine government, Forest Foundation Philippines, and other regional organizations, we hope that this conversation will serve as a first step toward identifying and addressing crucial issues in social and community forestry. We are all very aware of both the abundance of forests, biodiversity, and resources in Southeast Asia, and the reliance of a great many communities to these resources. We also know that due to unsustainable human practices and climate change after effects, the growth and security of these resources and the communities that depend on it is grievously endangered. If nothing is done to address this issue, the future of our forests and our people will suffer. But there is hope. What humanity exploits and destroys, it can also preserve and restore. Such is the goal of this forum, bringing together a panel of experts and stakeholders to share experiences and knowledge, and then using the fruits of the dialogue as a foundation for collective action. We must future-proof our forests and their resources from exploitation and degradation. And one of the best ways to do is to mobilize and empower the closest stakeholders who have the most to lose, our upland communities, who are economically and socially dependent on these forest resources. To help with this, UPLB INREM has recently concluded a project led by academician Pulhin, which results include the creation of a database on community-based forest management, or CBFM. This database will be turned over to the DNR Forest Management Bureau and will ideally become the basis for similar projects to be implemented nationwide and hopefully throughout the rest of Southeast Asia. The success of such an ambitious and far-reaching project, however, depends on the shared cooperation and commitment of a wide range of stakeholders. Stakeholders which those of you attending this project represent. Therefore, I encourage all of you to listen and absorb what our speakers will be sharing, and to cascade these learnings to your circles of influence. Let us expand our knowledge base with real-world learnings and applications, and then use this knowledge to strengthen our communities and preserve our forests for future generations to come. United under this one goal, I hope that our combined efforts can ensure that ASEAN has a verdant and prosperous future. Thank you, and stay safe. Mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you very much, UPLB Chancellor Camacho. At this point, I would like to introduce our guest speaker, the Secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources of the Philippines, Honorable Roy A. Simato Jr. With, with DNR at the helm of the CBFM programs implementation in the country, our next speaker and special guest is our DNR Secretary, Roy A. Simato. Aside from leading the agency, he is also the cabinet officer of the Regional Development and Security for the Western Visayas region and the co-chair of the Build Back Better Task Force. Also worth noting is his long career in public service, highlighted by his key posts as former Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines and as Special Presidential Envoy to the Middle East with rank of Ambassador. Secretary Simatu has a very important meeting to attend to, and to speak on his behalf, I would like to call on DNR Assistant Secretary for Policy, Planning, and Foreign Assisted and Special Projects and concurrent Director of the Forest Management Bureau, Forester Marshall Amaro Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Brian. I am Asa Camaro, and I was directed by my principal, Secretary Roy A. Simatu, to deliver his message. He also asked me to extend to everyone his regrets for personally not being able to join us and delivering his talk due to an urgent out-of-town trip starting today. UPLB Chancellor Dr. Jose B. Camacho Jr., UP Los Baños College of Forestry and Natural Resources Dean Professor Marlo Mendoza, of course, the project leader of the assessment of CBFM and in the Philippines, retrospects and prospects, and also a NAST academician and a very good friend, Dr. Juan Pulhin. Dr. Doris Capistrano, a senior fellow from ASEAN, another good friend. We have from RICOF, the executive director, Dr. David Gans. From the Philippines C4 ICRAF, Dr. Delia Katakutan. From FECOFAN, Ms. Barati Pathak. From ADB, the Principal Natural Resources and Agriculture Economist, Dr. Takeshi Ueda. And of course, Mr. Muhammad Siddiq, the Strategic Area Manager for Sustainable Forest Management and Coordinator for Papua and West Papua Provinces of GIZ. The distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to this regional forum on community forestry for Asia. This region includes 5 of the 17 megadiverse countries of our planet, namely Malaysia, Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, China, and my country, Philippines. Most of the biodiversity of our region have forests as their habitats, and many millions of the region's human population depend on forests for the ecological services that these provide them, such as food, shelter, clothing, water, medicine, and livelihoods. Asia's forests, however, have been under increasing threats for generations, having been cleared for farms and plantations, grazing lands, settlements, and other human uses. Governments have had little or limited success in protecting forests from abuse because rangers cannot keep watch over every hectare of the forest all the time. This is why community forestry is of paramount importance, given the truism that host communities are in the best position to keep their forests sustainable as direct stakeholders. Host communities provide round-the-clock protection to ensure that the forests remain optimally productive, regenerated, and healthy. This is true not only in the hinterlands and uplands, but also along the coasts, where mangrove forests provide habitats and ecological services to marine biodiversity. And this is the reason why we need this regional forum on community forestry for Asia, for the sharing of best practices, the building of partnerships, and the strengthening of cooperation and collective action. Our country, with over 25 years of experience in community-based forest management, And with a 17-year national greening program, now on its 10th year, has much to share but is keenly interested in learning more from the others in the region. So again, we warmly welcome you to the Philippines and invite you all to make the most and the best out of this forum for the sustainability of Asia's forests. Thank you and good day, everyone.
Thank you very much, Assistant Secretary Amaro. We are indeed looking forward to a very exciting event this afternoon. We're also now live on UPLB CFNR Facebook page, as well as the Facebook page of Forest Foundation Philippines. To give us the inaugural keynote message, allow me to introduce Dr. Doris Capistrano. Dr. Doris Capistrano has extensive international experience in natural resources research and development policy, ecosystems assessment, technical cooperation, capacity building, and grant making. Dr. Capistrano was senior advisor to the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, with overall responsibility for ASEAN-Swiss Partnership on Social Forestry and Climate Change. She was co-chair of the UN Millennium Ecosystem Assessment Working Group on Sub-Global Assessments and member of the MA Technical Panel. She also served on the Science Committee of Diversitas, the steering committee of the FAO National Forest Program Facility, and the World Bank's External Advisory Group on Forest Strategy. She was a visiting professor in the Forest and Conservation Policy at Wageningen University, the Netherlands, and director of CFOR's Global Research on Forests and Governance. She started her academic career at the College of Development Economics and Management at UPLB, and she obtained her PhD in Food and Resource Economics from the University of Florida in USA. Please welcome Dr. Capistrano.
Can you, sorry, okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Undersecretary Mars Amaro, Chancellor Camacho, Dean Marlo Mendoza, distinguished speakers, colleagues, friends, and participants. Good afternoon. I really am delighted to be part of this inaugural forum for ShareCom For Asia and to have this opportunity to speak on a topic very close to my heart. Thank you for that opportunity. Community-based forestry in its diverse forms is increasingly recognized around the world as an important mode for managing forests, lands, and resources. Interest in community-based forestry and other forms of local forest management, referred to in this forum as community forestry or CF, has grown with mounting body of evidence indicating that it can lead to social and environmental transformations that contribute to achieving climate change and SDG goals, while delivering forest conservation and livelihood benefits in synergy. CF is broadly understood to encompass all aspects, initiatives, sciences, policies, institutions, and processes that are intended to increase the role of local people in governing and managing forest resources. It spans a very wide range of formal and informal activities, including indigenous management of protected forests, local community extraction and use of forest products, afforestation and establishment of woodlots, community and smallholder forestry schemes and forest-based enterprises, as well as community company partnerships and diverse forms of government-led decentralized forest management. In Southeast Asia, the generic term used by the 10 member states making up the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, is social forestry. As most forests in Southeast Asia are legally under government control, social forestry, or in this case, community forestry regimes, generally involve some form of devolution of responsibility for forest management. ASEAN operationally defines social/community forestry, which I would use interchangeably in this talk, encompasses highly diverse programs and activities that, one, engage communities living in and around forests, two, empowers them through awareness raising, capacity building, participatory development, and 3, recognize their rights and systems of knowledge, and finally also provides these communities benefits and access to forest land and resources for their participation in social forest management. Within ASEAN, fortunately, social forestry has become a priority area for regional cooperation as part of its vision and strategic plan of action for food, agriculture, and forestry. The ASEAN Working Group on Social Forestry, a technical body made up of officials serving as focal points in respective member states, is mandated to lead policy development and provide guidance on social forestry within ASEAN. Over the years, across the region, social forestry has contributed to slowing deforestation and forest degradation, reducing conflict, illegal logging, and forest fires. Social forestry has also contributed to expanding local livelihood options and enhancing resilience and adaptive capacity to climate change in many communities. In addition to delivering good biophysical outcomes, well-functioning social/community forestry, or SEF, have facilitated asset creation and social transformation, resulting in improved equity and empowerment of vulnerable groups and women within communities. Such positive social welfare outcomes are typically the results of consistent and long-term support for capacity building and institutional strengthening, starting from very early stages of group formation, leadership training and collective action, coupled with establishment of savings and microcredit facilities and other forms of emergency support for members, considerably strengthen SEF. The best functioning groups tend to be those that adhere to good governance practices of transparency, accountability, inclusiveness, and equity. An FAO review of community forestry regimes around the world shows some common enabling features for effective SCF. These include secure tenure rights, an enabling regulatory framework, strong governance, viable technologies, adequate market knowledge, and a supportive bureaucracy. In Southeast Asia, SCF made significant inroads during the past decade. The expansion of SCF was facilitated by a convergence of factors, mostly related to economics and international environmental governance and politics. These include, for example, the growing environmental awareness among consumers and investors as expressed through demands for greener and more inclusive value chains of timber, non-timber, and other commodities, and increased pressure on developing countries to address tropical deforestation and to stem the flow of illegally traded timber and forest products to markets in Europe and other developed countries. The expansion of SCF in Southeast Asia was also spurred by international discussions on climate change, with anticipated opportunities from REDD+ as global payment for environmental service finance mechanism for climate change mitigation. This coincided with ASEAN's bid for greater global market integration as part of its vision for the ASEAN Economic Community, a common market established by ASEAN member states in 2015. The development of SCF gained further momentum since 2016 with a spate of legal reforms, notably in the Mekong sub-region. I was privileged to witness these trends unfold in the course of coordinating the implementation of a decade-long collaborative partnership program among ASEAN member states and technical support organizations, many present in this forum, with support from the government of Switzerland. The partnership program, known as the ASEAN-Swiss Partnership on Social Forestry and Climate Change, or ASFCC, concluded in 2020. An independent evaluation of ASFCC and a series of assessments conducted by RECOF the Center for People and Forest, revealed considerable progress and encouraging trends in ASEAN social forestry, community forestry over the past decade. Analysis showed that in 2010, only 6.7 million hectares of forest out of 193 million hectares of ASEAN forests were managed by local communities under SCF. By 2020, this area had more than doubled to 13.8 million hectares, covering 7% of ASEAN's forests. Additional commitments of member states will further increase this area to at least 30 million hectares, or 15% of ASEAN forests by 2030. If realized, this will represent a 5-fold increase of coverage in a span of 2 decades. The assessment also showed that in 2010, there were few policies and laws related to social and community forestry. But by 2020, important new legislation have been passed or were about to be passed in 6 member states. These new laws are increasingly backed with progressive policies, guidelines, and instructions. In 2010, few countries had institutions within ministries dedicated to social forestry. By 2020, Indonesia, Laos PDR, Malaysia, Myanmar, and Vietnam had significantly restructured their institutions to support social forestry, joining Cambodia, Philippines, and Thailand with similar existing entities and with clear mandates and roles and budgets. At the start of 2010, there were no functioning multi-stakeholder social forestry working groups at the national level. By 2020, 5 member states, Cambodia, Laos PDR, Myanmar, Philippines, and Vietnam, had established such multi-stakeholder national level working groups, which now serve as valuable mechanisms for communities and vulnerable groups to communicate and work with policymakers to address needs and challenges. At the ASEAN regional level, official platforms created for civil society dialogue with member state representatives have been instrumental in giving greater voice to forest-dependent people, marginalized and vulnerable groups, youth, and indigenous peoples, especially on issues relating to rights, governance, and livelihoods. Because social community forestry is implemented by local stakeholders that live within and depend on rural landscapes, it deals with many other issues beyond forestry, such as the integration of agriculture and forestry for livelihoods and environmental benefits. As ASEAN gradually, albeit slowly, reorients towards more integrated, people-centered, and landscape-based perspectives, the Working Group on Social Forestry has begun to forge links with other ASEAN bodies under food, agriculture and forestry, environment, rural development and poverty eradication, and other sociocultural sectors. Guidelines on responsible investments in food, agriculture, and forestry adopted by ASEAN in 2018 also explicitly address issues central to social and community forestry. As in other parts of the world, social community forestry in Southeast Asia continues to be a work in progress. Despite notable reforms, there remain considerable areas of weakness. Livelihood benefits from social community forestry can be meager. Local people do not always receive adequate support or compensation for their participation. And in many places, rights over land and resources remain insecure and long-term benefits uncertain. In many ways, such weakness reflect the imprints of community forestry and social forestry's history. While some forms of community forestry and agroforestry had been practiced for hundreds of years throughout the Asia Pacific, in its current form, social community forestry started in the 1980s as local initiatives in response to community demands, concerns about forest degradation, and state agencies' testing of alternative models for protecting and regenerating forest lands. Initiatives spawned in the 1980s and 1990s were driven to a large extent by international donors' calls for structural adjustment during a time of debt crisis for many governments. with lukewarm support at best from state bureaucracies. Conditions for further loans included divestment from unproductive assets, such as unproductive forests and wastelands, and the decentralization and downsizing of government bureaucracies. In restive areas, social community forestry was also seen as an opportunity to implement a semblance of land reform by granting conditional access to forest land and resources to landless migrants to upland areas, illegal forest settlers, and indigenous communities considered squatters on government lands in exchange for tree planting, forest protection, and agroforestry to rehabilitate degraded lands. Early social and community forestry initiatives were primarily designed to provide subsistence, food, fuel, fodder, supplements during times between agricultural harvests or during lean months for off-farm wage labor. Implicit in the policy mindset was the Tongya model, wherein forest farmers were expected to replant degraded forest patches and to move on after canopy closure. This sense of impermanence has been an undercurrent in social and community forestry from the beginning, with little appetite for encouraging long-term commercial forest-based livelihoods that would provide more than subsistence. Often, the most degraded lands were handed over to communities, while high-value products such as timber remained restricted. Land sizes also tended to be small relative to the needs of participating communities and households. Concern about fundamental incompatibility of forest conservation with livelihoods development tended to discourage scale and permanence. This thinking has been reflected, for example, in early cumbersome systems of conditional short-term permits for SCF in some countries. It is not surprising, therefore, that tenure, security, and land rights remain a key issue, especially in indigenous areas and customary lands. ASEAN member states have also been challenged by weak legislative frameworks, institutional capacity constraints, governance weaknesses, and limited funding. Against this backdrop, legal reform adopted in a number of ASEAN countries in recent years is therefore highly significant and very promising. Indonesia has streamlined the process to transfer forests to local communities and strengthened provision for supportive inputs. After 3 decades in process, Thailand finally passed its community forestry bill. Lao PDR and Vietnam made wide-ranging progressive revisions to their respective forestry laws in 2019. Cambodia has given communities a stronger voice and social forestry a prominent role in producing timber and non-timber forest products. And Myanmar issued a new forest law and community forestry instruction with increased focus on forest enterprise development and income generation, enabling communities to commercialize timber production. It is also very encouraging that the Working Group on Social Forestry Strategic Plan of Action and Priorities include actions relating to local rights and tenure security, social and environmental safeguards in forestry investments, support for small and medium-scale forest products-based enterprises, and support for locally appropriate agroforestry. Priorities also include development of ASEAN guidelines for integration of social forestry in member states' nationally determined contributions to climate change mitigation. Looking ahead, rapid developments at all levels are presenting both opportunities and challenges for social and community forestry. Much has changed in ASEAN and around the world during the past year and a half, as COVID-19 lingers, bringing insecurity, death, and economic devastation, while millions of people remain in some form of lockdown in an effort to contain the pandemic. The pandemic has highlighted the importance of healthy forests and landscapes in preventing the emergence of infectious diseases and in sustaining thriving economies. It has also exposed vulnerabilities in current economic production and consumption models, highly dependent on intertwined supply chains and globalized trading systems. With food security on the political agenda quite high up, ASEAN member states are prioritizing and increasingly reorienting agriculture towards domestic food production. At the same time, as geopolitical tensions among dominant economies increase, member states are competing to attract businesses and investments looking to relocate to Southeast Asia. The resulting increased demand for land and natural resources is bound to increase pressure on forests and heighten risks of reversing gains in ASEAN social forestry. In a bid to coordinate response to the pandemic, central governments have tended to reassert control and re-centralize powers and budgets. Together with the current tendency around the globe, including in the ASEAN region, unfortunately, of turning away from democratic norms towards greater authoritarianism, this can push back decentralization and devolution of forest governance, which has served as an anchor for social and community forestry. The rights of forest-dependent people and indigenous peoples to their territories and resources are particularly at risk of being challenged or rolled back with adverse consequences for their lives and livelihoods and the forests they manage and protect. As the region reopens from the post-COVID-19 lockdown, there is tremendous need and opportunity to help ASEAN and ASEAN member states build back better on the path of inclusive green growth. More than ever, it is important to unleash the full potential of social and community forestry and empower communities and stakeholders to find locally appropriate solutions in ways that continue to contribute to national and global climate change and sustainable development goals. Social and community forestry can be an important element of an inclusive, integrated, local level sustainable development model in which no one is left behind. But business as usual will no longer work. Secure tenure and strengthening the rights of forest-dependent peoples has the potential to deliver the biggest gains with ripple effects beyond local communities. It is encouraging that as part of ASEAN's response to COVID-19, ASEAN has committed to implementing regional guidelines for responsible investment, which encourages sound governance, adoption of social and environmental safeguards, and attention to climate change impacts of food, agriculture, and forestry investments. This presents tremendous opportunities to further support and improve social community forestry going forward. ASEAN member states would need to revisit and more strongly support communities and households' needs for food security as part of broader agroforestry, biodiversity, and multipurpose landscape management schemes. These need to be firmly rooted in local knowledge and agroecological principles. There also needs to be stronger collaboration and support for community efforts to deal with fires, droughts, pest infestations, and other such events expected to occur with greater frequency with climate change. COVID has pushed many households back to poverty. Social and community forestry needs to be linked to social protection policies to provide stronger safety nets beyond communities' own self-generated emergency savings and microcredit funds. The use of payments for environmental service mechanisms, as in Vietnam, may be explored and further developed as part of SCF designs going forward. There also needs to be redoubled and high-quality priority support for enterprise development, including development of capacities to engage with and profit from e-commerce and logistics. This requires a whole new field of mobilization for the use of modern information and communications technology in the service of local communities, their forests, and their well-being. All this will require innovation and experimentation, which require flexible support and resources. Platforms for sharing of experiences and knowledge, such as ShareCom For Asia, will benefit all, and some funding support will facilitate innovation. Thus, the initiative to establish ShareCom for Asia with seed funding for communities is very timely. Communities' experimentation and experiences can provide the proof of concept that government policies can consider and build upon us in the early days of social and community forestry. This can also be enriched and distilled through sharing of experiences, dialogue, partnership, and mutual support among stakeholders. Putting resources in the hands of community certainly is a good bet, and I wish ShareCom Asia all the best in this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Capistrano, for sharing historical and regional perspectives on social and community forestry, the importance of SEF, priorities, challenges, including in the context of pandemic, and of course, opportunities, pathways, and contribution to communities. It is also our hope to sustain the initiative of ShareCom for Asia in the future for us to help each other in the pursuit of sustainable forest management. Moving on, we will now listen to the results of the assessment study that will be presented to us by Dr. Juan M. Pulhin. Dr. Juan M. Pulhin is full professor and former dean of the College of Forestry and Natural Resources, UPLB. He also holds the highest rank of Scientist 3 since 2011 in recognition of his scholarly outputs and international scientific standing. He is the founding convener of ShareCom for Asia and the project leader of the research titled Assessing the Community-Based Forest Management Program in the Philippines through Stocktaking and Forest Fragmentation Analysis, funded by the Forest Foundation Philippines. He was a 4-time visiting professor at the University of Tokyo and a visiting scholar at the Waseda University, Tokyo, Japan. Professor Pulhin is also a member of the National Academy of Science and Technology in the Philippines and an invited expert on capacity development at the Asia Pacific Network for Global Change Research. He has served as coordinating lead author of the 4th, 5th, and 6th assessment reports of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and have published more than 100 peer-reviewed papers and 11 books on the human dimensions of tropical forestry, climate change, and disaster risks. He earned his PhD in Geographical Sciences from the Australian National University. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. John Pulhin.
Thank you very much, Brian, for that very generous introduction. Let me share my screen. So, ASEC Mars Amaro Jr., Chancellor Dong Camacho of UPLB, our keynote speaker, Dr. Doris Capistrano, my fellow panelists in this afternoon's forum, participants to the inaugural session of ShareCom for Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As Brian has noted, I meant to share the assessment in its summarized form of a project that is funded by Forest Foundation Philippines in partnership with DNR and other stakeholders, entitled Assessing the Community-Based Forest Management Program in the Philippines through Stocktaking and Forest Fragmentation Analysis. This will be the content of my presentation. I'll start very briefly on the context of the study, a quick run-through of the methodology that we applied, and the key findings and recommendations, as well as our concluding statement. So, reckoned from the earlier people-oriented forestry projects in the early 1970s, the Philippine community-based forest management, or what it is called now, is probably one of the earliest government initiatives in Asia involving local communities in forest management, which spans actually close to 50 years already. If we consider the earlier initiatives in the 1970s, known as people-oriented forestry. It spans across 7 administrations or presidents of the country. And from a purely laborers in reforestation projects in the earlier initiatives, community forestry since the 1990s has been considered as a new paradigm in forestry. It replaced the century-old, highly centralized, capital-intensive, and export timber-oriented license agreement mode of forest management that benefited the privileged few, where communities are just treated as culprits in forest destruction, towards a more participatory approach, where communities are regarded as partners and beneficiaries of sustainable forest management. From more than 10 million of forest lands, as you can see in the graph provided, under the timber license agreement in early 1970s, the coverage of TLAs now have declined through time to almost nil, while community-based forest management coverage have increased from nil in 1980 to the present 1.65 million hectares, benefiting around more than 2,000 people's organization and probably more than 100,000 of households in the Philippine uplands. Indeed, the Philippines CBFM program has been regarded as a radical reform in the Philippine forest management, a strategy that probably have inspired other countries towards devolving forest management into the hands of local communities, not only in Asia, but probably also in many parts of the world. Executive Order number 263, issued in 1995, integrated the previous people-oriented forestry programs and adopted community-based forest management as the national strategy to achieve sustainable forestry and social justice in the Philippine forest lands. As of 2010, around 24 million of the country's population are believed to live in the uplands, many of whom are either directly or indirectly dependent on the forest for livelihood and ecosystem services. 51% of the current community-based forest management agreement will be expiring in the next 5 years, making it more crucial to determine the direction of community-based forest management program in the Philippines in the next 25 years. It is therefore in this context that this particular project was essentially conceptualized. Sorry, my slide got stuck. Okay, so in terms of methodology of the assessment that we did, it's really composed of two components, the so-called stock-taking analysis, where we review secondary information published and gray literature, but particularly masteral and PhD thesis that was published from 2001 to the present, using NVivo 12 plus that help us in our analysis, and also we did some statistical analysis to do some correlation on the basis of the available information, secondary information that we were able to gather. Equally important is the second component of the study, that is the forest fragmentation analysis, where we analyze the land use, land cover change within community forestry project areas, essentially from 1988, 2003, 2010, and 2015, using the NUMRIA data, but at the same time, the different boundaries of community-based forest management that we draw from Forest Management Bureau and the field offices of the DNR. We also apply the analysis, which is PragStat, to analyze the landscape fragmentation through time in community-based forest management. We also, in addition to that, did a national carbon stock assessment of community-based forest management. At the same time, did a comprehensive supplemental case study involving 4 cases nationwide to supplement the findings of our national assessment. In addition, we did validation from the regional and also national validation that enables us to come up with a science-based national assessment of community-based forest management project in the whole country. So I now present the key recommendations and findings of our study. There is a waning interest in community forestry in the context of competing forest-related global and national priorities. And this is evident in terms of the dwindling external support from donor agencies over the years, as more challenging issues like biodiversity and climate change come to the fore. And this is also reflected in terms of the number of literature that were published through time, which has declined through time. At the same time, our assessment indicates that 50% of the reviewed materials highlighted the dwindling support in community-based forest management. There is the lack of decreasing support to community-based forest management people's organization. And this is one of the prevailing issues that come up in our assessment. Key specific issues include limited government assistance and lack of dedicated DNR personnel that are involved in the program. Our assessment also indicates that leaders of the community-based forest management people's organization in 75 provinces where we have conducted the study indicated that their quality of life and income have improved through time. However, the income still of a significant number of people's organization members is insufficient to fully support their needs. We therefore recommend that there should be in the next 25 years a continuous enabling policy and institutional support mechanisms, including the smooth and timely renewal of the expiring community-based forest management agreement for social enterprise development and to enhance income and provide sustainable livelihoods for the members of people's organization, again in the next 25 years. We also recommend to explore alternative financing mechanisms, such as payment for ecosystem services, private partnership, bank financing, RED Plus, and others to support social enterprise development in the next 25 years. Leadership also came out as a very significant factor that will decide the future of community-based forest management program, particularly the people's organization, as well as the sustainability of their operations. For instance, 6 out of the 15 regional offices that we have interviewed attributed leadership issues as a key determinant for the CBFM people's organization's failure in its operations or management. We therefore recommend the continuous training of existing leaders and second liners in order to sustain the organization and to determine and shape the effectiveness and sustainability of the operations of the different community-based forest management projects. We also found out that there is a continuing expansion of certificate of ancestral domain title and certificate of ancestral domain claims areas for the indigenous people. And this is, of course, stipulated in the Indigenous Peoples' Right Act of the Philippines. But the challenge is that this overlaps actually with many community-based forest management agreements that threatens land tenure security and investment of current CBFM holders. We therefore recommend that VNR and the National Commission for Indigenous People should forge a win-win collaboration or strategy that should promote socioeconomic development and sustainable forest management that will be beneficial both to the indigenous peoples and the tenured migrant communities, as both embrace community-based forest management as the national strategy. In terms of forest fragmentation and land use, land cover change, more than 11% of the total forest cover within the Philippine classified forest lands are actually within community-based forest management areas. Even with the inevitable presence of forest fragmentation within community-based forest management, we found out that there is actually a slower fragmentation within community-based forest management agreement on the basis of a number of indicators that we use compared to the whole province. And this highlighted the importance contribution of community-based forest management in mitigating forest fragmentation in this area. We therefore recommend at the same time in the next 25 years to employ geospatial planning that clearly delineate areas for production and protection within CBFM sites to better address forest fragmentation and advance the sustainable provision of ecosystem services in these areas. In terms of carbon stock assessment, CBFM areas accounts for at least 12% of the total carbon stored in classified forest land nationwide, and that is as of 2015, with a slight increase from the year 2003 to 2015, and this contributed both to climate change mitigation, but also to some adaptation strategies of the local communities. Based on our regression analysis, looking at the different available socioeconomic variables that we were able to do some correlation, increasing population contributes to decline in annual cover, in annual forest cover in CBFM sites, but it does not necessarily affect forest fragmentation. But even more significant is our finding in terms of increasing poverty incidence, significantly contributing to the reduction in annual forest cover, as well as increasing forest fragmentation. That means to say that the next 25 years have to really focus in terms of addressing poverty in the countryside if we are to arrest continuous forest fragmentation and deforestation in the Philippines. We recommend an overarching strategy of institutionalizing an evidence-based policy and decision-making in community-based forest management using the database that is developed by our project and which we will be also turning over this afternoon to the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. We believe that the effectiveness of community-based forest management can be ensured through a robust, participatory, and regular monitoring and assessments of community-based forest management success indicators that is grounded on systematic, comprehensive, and up-to-date database that is integrated to the DNR knowledge management system. We also propose the need to co-develop a revitalized CBFM strategic action plan for the next 25 years with detailed targets, outputs, outcomes, and impacts in collaboration with the different stakeholders using the results of this study and other relevant information. And of course, this has to be championed both by the DNR local communities and the different stakeholders at different levels of governance. Our concluding statement is that despite the many barriers and challenges in implementing community-based forest management program in the Philippines, both the people's organizations and leaders and the DNR field staff still view community-based forest management as the best option to sustainably manage the remaining forest resources in the country while improving the socioeconomic well-being of the upland communities in the next 25 years. We wish also to highlight the fact that during our validation workshop that we did nationwide, essentially this was also overwhelmingly confirmed by the different stakeholders. We also argue that through an enabling policies and enhanced institutional support system, matched with sustained commitment of the empowered people's organization, then there can be greater impacts at the household, community, and national levels towards the full realization of community-based forest management programs, intended goals and objectives for the next 25 years. On behalf of the project team of CBFM in the Philippines, we thank you very much for your listening and also participation in this afternoon's forum. Thank you very much again.
That was a very insightful assessment of the Philippine experience of CBFM. Thank you very much, Dr. Pulhin. And to our participants, if you have questions, kindly use the Q&A feature and indicate the name of the specific presenter whom you want to address your question. We will open the floor for discussions later, and we'll also entertain live questions during the open forum. All right, so we will now learn regarding the challenges and lessons of implementing the Community Forestry Initiative of FECOFON in Nepal from our next speaker. The Federation of Community Forestry Users Nepal, or FECOFON, is a formal network of forest user groups from all over Nepal. FECOFON emerged from the idea that forest users from all parts of the country should be linked in order to strengthen the role of users in policymaking processes. To speak on behalf of FECOFON, we are honored to have Ms. Bharati Pathak. Ms. Bharati Pathak is currently serving as the chairperson of FECOFON and a member of the DGM Global Steering Committee. She was previously the chairperson of Ashmita Nepal, a local NGO advocating for women's rights and empowerment. She acquired a master's in rural development and belonging to a remote village of Makwanpur district, she had begun her journey as a local community forestry leader. It's been more than 25 years that she has been continuously striving for the improvements of the community forestry sector in Nepal. May I call on Ms. Pathak for her presentation?
Thank you so much. Thank you to all my respected team in here. I'm Bharati Pathak from Nepal. I'm a chairperson of the Federation of Community Forestry Users Nepal. This is the very great opportunity to me and my organization from the country level. I'm getting the very good opportunity, learn many things from the Asia, different country. in the community forestry movement and learning and the experience. So I'm also going to share, I think maybe all are aware about the Nepal community forestry movement. Many people and more Asian people, I'm looking here, Doris and the other like David and other Philippines and other country representation. So all are very supporting role in the community forestry movement in Nepal, especially Doris. She has a many experience and the contribution in the Nepal community forestry. So I think maybe you have a you are sharing my presentation, or
We can share
I
your
think maybe
present.
you will be share the
Yeah.
slide presentation. I will go to continue.
Right there.
So I'm not going to longer presentation. I have a long presentation, but I'm trying to share the very shortly. We can discuss after my presentation any queries and clarification. In the community forest users group in Nepal and the FECOFON, like a big civil society organization for the community forest users group, like CFUG is the member of the FECOFON, is the not individual member, and the users group member affiliated with the FECOFON. So we are very closely coordinating all over the country and more than 22,000 community forest users group. So especially altogether more than 22,000 community forest users group managing the 38% forest area managed by the community forest users group in Nepal. We have a long experience in Nepal, especially FECOFON also already crossed the 25 years. And around the CFUG before the FECOFON and already established in the community forestry users group and hand over to the community or government, and the many experience like before the 30 years managed by the forest area only government, and that time like many report and like a World Bank report and other international paper highlighted to the like a degradation and the deforestation and increasing, and that time realized the government need to manage by the forest in the community group and local group and indigenous group. So after that increasing the community forest users group in the grassroots level. So they are trying the many activity in community forest users group like a 2.2 million hectare area managed by the community forest users group, and 2.9 million household affiliated affiliated in the FECOFON, and similarly more than 22,000 community forest users group, and the total population about the 14 million people and engaged in the community forest users group in Nepal. Next, please, next. And another is the strengthening of the community forestry in the sector of the self-governance and the community empowerment. Main objective of the Federation of Community Forest Users Group, Users Nepal, also supporting to the CFUG, how can empower to the community groups and how can secure the rights for the local community, indigenous people and the women. Institutional strengthening of the community forest users group by coordinating from the FECOFON, like other stakeholders also supporting to the community forestry users group empowerment and women's and indigenous people. Like I'm looking here, David also, he from the RECOF also supporting to the some side of the community forest users group in the livelihood supported and other. And similarly, like CFUG, the very role model in Nepal, I think maybe many people are coming here, like a thesis and PhD, a master's, and the different types of the study are mainstreaming in the community forest users group experience. Yeah, here is the like a very important role are playing for the community forest users group, like gender issues and the women. Many women are directly involving the forest management, natural resource management, not only forest, like a forest plantation and like a harvesting and the different types of the activity early morning to till evening, whole time engaging rural women in the forest management and water management and the land and the agriculture also. So very seriously think about this in the FECOFON and the other stakeholder also, not only engagement, not like a role for the women, only management of the forest and conserve the forest, need to role for the decision making. So that time I realized the government sector also, and they took a ownership, our government, like how can we bring the women leadership in the community forest users group. And now like 50% women are in the like every committee and like a decision making position also, like a chairperson, either a secretary, somewhere in the vice chairperson and the treasurer, that types of the movement and like increasing the leadership for the women. This is the very unique than other civil society organization and the other NGOs and then political party also. Now is our political party also learning, and before the 3 years and the local government came out the women like a 40% women in the local government. So they learn from the, they are learning, they learn more things from the community forest users group. And similarly, like not only women representation, and there is the indigenous community and the Dalit and the poor people and distance users also came in the coming and already came in the leadership position. And similarly, main objective of the community forest users group in the sustainable development and poverty reduction and the prosperity. There is the very big resource in the forest area and the community forest area. So we established the community forest users group, and that time said to the where is the poor people, there is need to the community forest users group. So that way, and all community people and raising the voice for the resource for the people, resource for the women, resource for the indigenous people, resource for the local community. So that way, like a very sustainable way going in the community forest users group, and they are allocating the resource for the total amount in 35% resource directly goes to the poor people livelihood, and the 25% in the forest management, and the 40% is going in the social development sector for the community forest resource. So now we are already changing to the like a forest act, and more resource going the women empowerment and like support to the livelihood for the poor people. So now is the changing our policy. And another is the protection, the restoration and the forest and biodiversity for the community forestry and the climate benefit also already highlighted to the Doris, like a regional context. And similarly, Nepal also before the 30 years, here is the all land area was in the clean, and after the when came in the community forest users group, and after managed by the community groups, that time is the like many natural forests managed by the CFUG, and like we can see in the greenery and the many biodiversity conserved from for the community forest users group, and they are more time investing conserve the forest and water and land. So that is the very good example in the community forest users group. And like a cases for the environmental service, like a downstream, and many contribution for the local community and indigenous people and the women's group in the grassroots level. And similarly, advocacy campaign securing the rights for the local community and the women, especially our objective and the FECOPON objective, and the community groups also need to the rights. First of all, is for not rights for the community groups in land rights and the community rights and the other tenure rights. So they cannot change to the prosperity and the other movement also. So we are advocating, we are organizing the campaign, different types of the campaign through the community forest users group, secure the rights for the local community, indigenous people and the women. So we are working that way and leading by the Federation of Community Forestry Users Nepal. Please, next slide. And another is the institutional strengthening of the community forestry group, especially networking and the alliance building and sharing the experience and the knowledge exchange, like Eastern region and the Western and the each CFUG and other CFUG, not inside the CFUG, and the other stakeholder also getting the knowledge from the community forest users group. And another is the training and leadership, skill development, capacity building, and the policy awareness. Now is the Nepal is the new structure, and the federal government and the province and the local level government, they are making to the new policy and the new act and the new different types of the policy. So we need to aware about to the local community, indigenous people in policy making time. And after that, easy for the implementation and the policy. So that way we are discussing, and we are very well coordinating with the government, three tiers government, and the users group and the other different groups in the grassroots level for the equal participation, like a different body for the women, and not only inside the community forest users group, and outside of the community forest users group need to look at the watchdog role for the rights for the local community, indigenous people and the women. So we are looking that way, and how can increase the women for the like a government sector also in the forest minister office and other tiers government need to women participation, and make like a focal point also who are located in the gender issues in natural resource sector. So that way we are discussing within the FECOFON structure and the community forest users group. So social inclusion part of the very important, and like a different group are affiliated in the community forest users group, and different caste in the grassroots level, rural level, and they have a different culture and different practice, and so bring in the like same forum in the community forest users group, and they learn more things, and implementation and learning by doing for the community forest users group in Nepal. The next. And we are very closely looking and governance part and the gender issues and the community empowerment in the community forest users group. First of all, we are organizing, I'm highlighting to the representation point in here, but many things, many activity organizing the community level. So one is the capacity building for the governance strengthening to the local community, and like a CFUG member and the household people, And another is the different activity organizing in the community forest users group, and regularly they are organizing assembly. You know, in the Nepal cases for the CFUG is totally different. Our culture in here, every household head for the main, but community forest users group, like a member of the head, every household, men and women. Participation is very important. Our every assembly and the public hearing and the meeting and the auditing time and the everywhere is the gender representation, men and female is very necessary or mandatory for our policy. And they are similarly, they are organizing to the different public hearing and auditing and the assembly and meeting and other gathering and like mass gathering also they are organizing. And another is the securing the gender equality and the social inclusion in the educative body. I already mentioned before, like a vital role is important for the women, and they are taking the role. And we made a policy for the 50% women and the vital position for the chairperson, either secretary. Many CFUG are coming to front side for the women in leadership position, taking the role for the chairperson and the vice chairperson and the treasurer and the secretary also. And day by day we are empowering the women for take a role in the community forest users group. And after that, and they will be influence the CFUG and sharing the benefit for the forest resource. So that way we are discussing with the community forest users group, and they itself organizing the different types of the event in the CFUG level. And we look at the some positive impact. And CFUG are maintaining the sustainability, especially our paper before the 20 years, and around the 18 ministry role playing to the community forest users group in the grassroots level. We can highlight it, we can look at the SDG goal, Sustainable Development Goal, around the 15 goal directly contributing through the community forest users group, supporting to the livelihood and climate change agenda and biodiversity, conservation and the gender issues, and that types of the activity directly contributing from the community forest users group. That is the very sustainability organizing the CFUG also. And the CFUG community forest users group are utilizing the community fund. I already mentioned before, now our first act 2076 highlighting and the mandatory in our act total community forest users group resource, and they need to allocate the budget in 25% forest management and 50% resource women empowerment and support to the enterprise and the poor people livelihood, and the 25% resource goes to the social development sector. So that is the very big transparency, and they have a role for the very well coordination with the local government and the community forest users group, and some resource managed by the local government and the community forest users group in matching fund and supporting to the poor people and supporting to the ecotourism area and the small enterprise and other things. In this time, we are starting to the piloting tenure facility program, 100 municipality and rural municipality, and around the 2 million budget allocating the local government to support the community-based enterprise in the local level. So this is a very, very big achievement and the very well coordination local government and the community forest users group also. This is the very transparency way is going like a implementation in the CFUG level. And like I already highlighted to the women empowerment and the social capital development and the equal participation for the women representation. This is the very good, like a very nice and the beauty for the CFUG and the women empowerment and giving the role for the women in the grassroots level. Next, please. And I'm going to the example for the self-governance through the empower the community people. We made a policy in Nepal, a very, very good policy for the local community and CFUG and the community forest users group. They have a power, and our Forest Act already given the power to the community forestry. They can decide their assembly and their meeting and everything. They can work and decide for the household people representation. This is a very good practice in Nepal. So we made a policy for the women. We made a policy for the rights for the local community and CFUG rights. But we are thinking how can we empower the economic side for the women and the local community and indigenous people. So economic empowerment lens we are looking. We look at the community-based micro enterprise, only like 5,000, more than 5,000 community-based micro enterprise in the Nepal, because we are trying to have many resource in the forest area and like ecotourism area, and there is the timber and there is the non-timber forest product, and they can like our policy community forestry can organize the agroforestry concept. In this year we highlighted our Forest Act, and that way. But sometimes it comes the policy hurdle, and the community forestry users group cannot establish the enterprise. We are facing that challenges also. I will describe our last slide for the challenges. And here is the micro level enterprise. Many women are participating the micro level enterprise, like some are candle and handicraft and like a bee, some like a different types of the activity, very micro level. But we are empowering how can we establish to the medium sized enterprise also. And some are problem also facing local community, like employment and like a different forest product for directly target for the poor women and the local indigenous people, local community. We are trying, but no more we are not very satisfied, like a continue like a job for through the forest area. But there is the good opportunity. They have a possibility establish the enterprise and can like increase the employer in the forest area. So we are thinking that way. I think maybe now is the context are changing, and the policy and all political party and the government and everywhere looking the forest for prosperity. And we three tiers government also making the new policy, how can secure the rights for the local community and indigenous people, and like a small for support to the small enterprise. Next, please. So just I described the CFUG part, and this is the like a FECOFON structure. I already mentioned before. We already crossed the 25 years, and in this time we are playing to the very good role support to the community forest users group. like a networking, alliance building, and secure the rights for the local people, and support to the livelihood and the capacity building, and the women representation and gender issues, and different types of the plantation, not only plantation for the natural forest, how can we conserve the natural forest. That way we are discussing, and we have a 544 local federation, and the 77 544, yeah, here is the 30, but we have already 44 local federation and 77 district federation and the 7 province level federation, and one is the federal structure. So all over the country, we are coordinating and supporting to the community rights and the community empowerment, and support to the livelihood for easy policy. So that way we are working with the community forest users group and the policy maker. Next, please. We are working, this is the example, just I already mentioned before, and different types of the practice of the good governance and the larger scales. Here is the picture of the bio brigade, and some are in the pickle, this is activity for the community forest users group, some are in the bell juice, and actively engaging for the women participation in there, and it's the Francophone network are supporting coordinating the different funding agency, more support to the local community and CFUG in the grassroots level, and the governance issues and the community empowerment, very linkage for the economic empowerment and sustainability. That way we are discussing with the community forest users group, and they are starting to the some are success enterprise, and some are facing the challenges for the community forest users group also. Next, please. In this time, I'm going to the some challenges. I share with you in the some activity for the community level, and a change to the many things in the grassroots level, and in this time, community forest users group has a changing context, earthquake time, and they are playing to the very good role, support to the earthquake victim family. And similarly, in this time, COVID pandemic situation, we are globally facing this challenge. In this time, our community, for more than 22,000 community forest users group are directly supporting to the more people in the grassroots level who are not sufficient for the food in the house, and they are supporting the food, and not only food, a quarantine building, more than 1,400 community forestry building we allocated to the local government to use the quarantine, many women and the pregnant women also using the community forestry house in the CFUG level. And similarly, we are giving the pressure to the government also, and the CFUG, they have many types of the medicine plant in the CFUG level, like a ginger and the other plant also inside the forest area, and the gurjo, and different types of the medicine are coming in the market. And that time and like a wild vegetable also they bring in the market in the COVID-19 pandemic time. So we are empowering the community forest users group, and they already came in the like a front side in the leadership and support to the government and all over the country, supporting to the health materials also, and the ambulance and different types of the support to giving through the local government to the other people who are not affiliated in the community forestry movement, and they are supporting in the COVID pandemic time. So this is a very big achievement in here. And we have a success cases, many things, but still we are facing the challenges also, issues for the gender issues, and we made a policy. Our constitution also highlighted to the local communities issues and giving the priority, but we need to empower the women and the support to the capacity building in the grassroots level. We cannot organizing way support to the local people and the women's in the CFUG level. And another is the issues for the tenure rights. We have a forest tenure rights, but we have not in the land tenure rights. This is a big issues in Nepal. We are starting the campaign for the land tenure rights, and manage the not only forest, and they are managing forest, they need to the land rights also. So we are like a dialogue with the organizing dialogue with the government also. And another is the many types of the policy hurdles establish the enterprise, sometimes is the duri distance, and sometimes is the different types of the policy hurdle, and the community forestry users group cannot establish the small enterprise easily. And another is the government is going to the different way, and they given the forest area managed by the community forestry before the 30 years, and now they conserve the forest, they conserve the biodiversity, and they change the a leadership and the gender and the other parts, and now government want to take out the role for the government control, declare the national park and conservation area and the buffer zone, and they want to kill the rights for the community. We are organizing the secure the rights for the community forest users group, already crossed the around the 45% area in the conservation area in Nepal, name of the Chure, name of the national park, name of the different types of the Tal area and other. Again, government trying to declare the conservation area. So this is the not a good way. This is the not like a favor for the community people and indigenous people. We are organizing the dialogue and demonstration together, and FECOFON and the indigenous network also. So this is the big challenges, and many donor are a conservation oriented donor are supporting to the declare the conservation area. So this is the big challenges. And another is our donor are shifting the another way, not supporting to the community forestry empowerment, community group strengthening in the Nepal. Our master plan already highlighted to and the 61% forest area can hand over to the community forestry, already guided for and highlighted, mentioned our master plan, but still is the only 39% forest area only hand over to the community forestry, and they are trying to cut the rights and the starting time many funding agencies supporting to the capacity building for the community forest users group and the women empowerment. Now is the donor are shifting the conservation area. Now our donor are shifting the name of the climate change and agriculture area, is not supporting to the forest community forest users group. So that is the challenge. I think maybe will be cut the rights for the local community and indigenous people. So this is the challenges I'm just highlighting. And another is the way forward. like many resource and the plan and program and the community capacity building and different level government, we can partnership with the province government and the local government. They will be allocate the resource to the community groups, and we can work in together. And other is the respect and promote the community tenure rights and the government agencies. And it's not we are making to the federal government is not giving the rights for the land rights, so we are discussing with the local government. In this time is the local government also making the new forest act and policy secure the rights for the local community, indigenous people and the women rights. And this is the very opportunity, good opportunity to the community people, and promote the sustainable management of the forest and the and the full and the effective and the participation of the local community, and recognize the community forestry as a community conservation, and stop the expansion of the protected area I already mentioned. And we are raising the voice and the policy and legal reform to promote the forest based micro enterprise. So this is the next step we can go, and this is the opportunity also to the community people in here. So next slide, I'm going to share the lesson learned. We have a we are also learning phase. We are not completely stop to the our experience and other, and learning by doing. We are working actively in the group level and our leadership position. We are trying to bring the youth and the women and indigenous people and marginalized group in the community forest users group. This is the very necessary for the youth leadership and the agenda for the climate change, and establish the enterprise and the forest for prosperity. And another is the role of the recognize the equitable sharing, resource sharing, and this is the a poor people also in the grassroots level, and we need to think about this. And one is the very gap for the a resource for the many community forest users group are contributing grassroots level, but not articulate and not documentation for the community contribution in the grassroots level. And we are thinking that way, and a 30 years community forest contribution need to documentation, and a database system we need to highlight this way in the contribution for biodiversity and other species and the different types of the activity. We are trying to increasing the ownership very productive way for the people ownership, and need to go in the community level and empower the community people also. So that way, and the another is that we need to linkage the knowledge for the Asia, not only country level, CFUG to CFUG. And we visited in the Vietnam and the Philippines and Indonesia, and last time I think maybe before the 2-3 years, and India also. And our community forestry got a chance for the share to the our experience, and similarly our community also learn more things from the other regional country, and the outside of the country in Mexico also establish the enterprise and the agroforestry model. So that types of the learning we are thinking that way. So I think maybe I'm highlighted to the some points only here. I don't know, is my language you understand? All participants here is the 163 participants, and all are understanding my language or not. I'm firstly presenting our issues and the experience from the country level. And if you have any questions and queries, I'm here. I will happily share with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Parati Patak, for sharing us FECOFON's experience, and we hope that we can replicate your good practices in our respective contexts. All right, our next speaker for the next 15 minutes will talk about the important role of community forestry in ensuring community resilience during pandemic and disasters in the ASEAN region. Dr. David Gans is Executive Director of RECOFT. He joined RECOFT in 2017 amid growing recognition that securing the land and resource rights of forest communities lays the essential foundation for peace, economic development, and climate change mitigation and adaptation. David is a strong advocate for community forestry in the Asia Pacific region and for path-breaking private sector models that respect local rights and deliver lasting and tangible benefits for 450 million people who depend on forests to survive. David joined RECOFT from Servier Mekong, a joint USAID-NASA initiative where he was chief of party since 2014. Previously, he was chief of party for Windrock International's Lowering Emissions in Asia's Forests program, which strengthened the capacity of developing countries in Asia to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from agriculture and forestry. Dr. David has served as a director with the Nature Conservancy and technical officer with the FAO. David has a PhD in environmental science, policy, and management from the University of California at Berkeley. Please welcome Dr. David Gans.
Thank you. Always very humbling to hear my own bio represented so well by someone else. Thank you for the introduction, and also very humbling to go after so many distinguished speakers, both ahead of me and also behind me. I will try to keep to the 15 minutes. I also just want to touch on, before we jump to the slides, some of the key messages from Doris, from Professor Pulhin, as well as Bharati. It's very important for us to be here today in this inaugural session of ShareCom for Asia. Doris already mentioned the importance of integration of the socioeconomic aspects of what we do, but also the cultural aspects, that we need a more integrated approach. And Bharati also spoke to this, that the donors are moving to a more integrated approach. So we as community forestry practitioners, campaigners, advocates also need to move to a more integrated approach, a landscape scale approach, and certainly we are doing that. John Pulhin also made some strong recommendations for the Philippines. These CBFM agreements that are expiring, a very, very important time period for all of you. Also to start looking at the financial instruments that are very important for moving communities forward into community-based enterprises, leveraging on the new tools on e-commerce, and moving to the next generation of community forestry issues. Unfortunately, he also mentioned some of the barriers. There's dwindling donor support in this sector. Publications and research are also perhaps going down, and limited number of government agencies or staff working on CBFM. These are all areas that I don't think are unique to the Philippines. We're seeing this across Southeast Asia and also South Asia. And as Bharati already mentioned, we are looking to community forestry for more than just improving the forest. There are the transformational aspects of what's happened in Nepal over 3 decades. And, kudos to FICO Fund for being so instrumental in the last 25 years, working with marginalized people, working with gender and social inclusion. There's really the next generation of issues in Nepal, but we still see very much the same fundamental fight for land rights in everything that FICO Fund is advocating for. We're still campaigning for rights, and ultimately we're still campaigning for rights around the region. So thank you for sharing my first slide. Again, thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm going to share the findings and recommendations of our recent research on the contributions of social and community forestry. Just like Doris said, I will be speaking more in terms of both social and community forestry towards the pandemic and broader disaster resilience on the ASEAN member states. Our focus is on the ASEAN member states and Nepal here. So I'm very glad that Bharati's also here to hear this presentation. Our research really reveals how community forestry and social forestry increases people's resilience to the COVID-19 induced restrictions, and why the pandemic recovery plans that are under formulation right now should really strengthen community-based forest management. Next slide, please. So just to give you some context, next slide, please. You know, since the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 pandemic in March 2020, we've all been through a lot. More than 3 million people have died in this part of the world, and the economies have buckled, and the social consequences of the restrictions that governments have imposed to limit the spread of the virus have been far-reaching, and marginalized people have really suffered the most. Amid the chaos, you know, signs emerged that communities with the rights to use and manage their forests are better weathering the storm. And after hearing some anecdotal reports suggesting this in the early months of the pandemic, RECOF decided to team up with FAO to better understand if and how community forestry and social forestry could increase people's resilience in this time of crisis. It's not to say the crisis is over. This was just a preliminary study, and in order to do this, we really are thankful to FAO and our core donors, the Swiss and the Swedes, for allowing us to do this study. We conducted surveys in 7 countries, including 6 of the ASEAN member states, and Nepal as the 7th country. And the initial survey took place in July and August of last year, and included interviews with 435 people. And then we followed up with a more focused survey at the end of last year and January of this year, and started to compile our information on these surveys. The surveys themselves revealed that negative impacts on livelihoods and food security related to the pandemic lockdowns were widespread across all 7 countries, not a big surprise there. And 80% of the people interviewed in the initial survey, the 435 people, said they have suffered such effects. The travel restrictions, export bans, market closures, all reduced incomes, while the cost of imported food certainly increased. This all put pressure on household budgets. There's also a large number of former migrants from urban areas who lost their jobs when restrictions were imposed, and they returned to their native villages, also putting strain on the local economies of these forest-dependent communities. Next slide, please. So in this context, we wanted to test a hypothesis that community forestry enhances each of these 5 asset classes, livelihood assets, and that these assets have contributed to the resilience and adaptive capacities of community forest members. I'm going to first talk about the human and social assets, the knowledge, skills, and networks developed through social forestry and community forestry, many of the things that Bharati was just talking about that make a difference after the onset of pandemic restrictions, the social cohesion, if you will. I will then talk about the community forests, how they provided food and other products, particularly to households most in need during the survey period. And then I'll touch on ways community forests supported household finances, which is also something very important that Doris touched on. Where are the financial instruments and how can we effectively leverage them better for the post-pandemic recovery? I'll then conclude with some recommendations on how community forestry can feature in post-pandemic recovery plans and thus contribute to both achieving a post-recovery green recovery, also the SDGs and the Paris Agreement on climate change. So we see community forestry as a key opportunity to recover after the pandemic and also address the climate change crises. Next slide, please. So now we'll talk about community forests as centers of knowledge, people power, and networks of support, the social cohesion that Bharati just elucidated so well for the Nepal context Next slide, please. So I'll first talk about the human social assets. The survey findings really reinforce that when a crisis like this hits, strong leadership, sound knowledge, and people power can make a difference between tragedy and resilience. Community forestry committees applied their communication, coordination, leadership skills to access and distribute information, and certainly supplies of masks and hand sanitizers, and now, ATK kits, as well as information on where to get the vaccines. So they've mobilized people to enforce health and also the travel restrictions. Beyond responding to the immediate threat to health, community forest committees also continued their normal activities. This included regulating access to forest resources, resolving conflicts, managing funds, and organizing patrols to protect their forests from illegal harvesting, poaching, and encroachment. And these activities helped to ensure that local people could continue to use forest resources, and in some cases, access financial support, which in both of these cases really helped the resilience of the local communities. The knowledge and skills of community forest members also boosted people's resilience. By participating in community forestry and social forestry, people gain skills. They gain skills in forest product harvesting, forest protection, regeneration, agroforestry, vegetable farming, beekeeping. Again, many of the things that that FICO Fund is supporting in Nepal. And this knowledge comes from experience and lessons that peers and elders pass on to their youth. By being a part of a formal community forest, members also receive training from non-government organizations like RECOF, like FICO Fund, but also government agencies and extension workers. And across the countries we surveyed, community cohesion translated into high levels of compliance with public health advice, helping to minimize the risk of COVID-19, both arriving to their community, but also spreading amongst the community. And meanwhile, community forest committees with good external relations generated financial and material support from NGOs and government agencies, and they distributed those aid to those most in need in their communities. Lastly, I would say trade networks allowed some communities to continue to sell forest products, and we've also seen e-commerce pick up for certain communities that are adept at using the technology. However, these positive findings are not universal. Some community forest groups lack networks and external sources of support. Others have received little or no training, and some communities voice concern about the effectiveness and commitment of their community forest leaders. A very, very important aspect that we also heard from previous speakers about the importance of leadership. Next slide, please. So now we'll talk about community forests as providers in a time of need. Next slide, please. Moving on to natural assets. After the onset of the pandemic and the related restrictions, community forests provided resources that help people endure. They provided products such as wild food plants, medicines, agroforestry crops, firewood, fuel wood, in some cases timber. And these forests reduced the household expenses and generated income, and also generated subsistence use of certainly food products. Generally, it was lowest income members of communities who depended most on forest resources. And during the pandemic, some community forest committees modified their rules and procedures to actually make it easier for their members to benefit from their forests. And in many of the communities that we surveyed, people said that the quality and the area of their forest had increased since they started managing it. And they attribute this to active management, community compliance with rules and regulations, both national and subnational. And then also tree planting, fire prevention, mitigation, fire mitigation, and forest patrolling to deter and report illegal activities such as illegal logging or poaching. Next slide, please. So now we're going to talk about community forests as financial safety nets. Next slide, please. Across the countries we surveyed, community forests provided a source of income and savings. And extrapolating from the survey findings, we estimated that personal savings generated by selling either timber or non-timber forest products from community forests helped about 3 million people in the Mekong, in the lower Mekong, I should say, to cope with the first few months of the lockdowns. Many community forests also manage collective funds or revolving credit schemes. And these credit schemes are really providing low interest loans to their members. And with incomes down and economic activity curtailed, these schemes are very important. They provided a lifeline in some situations, particularly as the pandemic continues and people need to pay for food, household costs, and farm inputs. These community forest schemes make finances available to people who struggle to access bank loans or afford the high interest rates of informal money lenders. We know that there's a lot of black money in this region, so having a community forest credit scheme really provides communities other alternatives to get financial resources. But there are many community forests that have no such financial mechanism in place, or whose credit schemes are really too small to make a significant difference, particularly in a crisis situation like this when there is high demand for credit. These findings point to a need to strengthen the ability of community forests and their members to generate and manage financial assets so that people are in a better position to withstand the next shock, whatever it looks like and whenever it comes. Some community forests also benefited from external finance. For example, in Vietnam, the government provided regular payments to forest environmental services for these environmental services, rewarding communities that better protect forests because they ensure a water supply for downstream users. This is a kind of payment for ecosystem services scheme, and these payments are based on the area of the forest that the community protects. And these remain constant throughout the first and second years of the pandemic, providing a reliable flow of money into the communities that we surveyed. Next slide, please. So this is also tying into some of Bharati's challenges and success factors. Next slide, please. Across the countries, community forestry enhanced people's resilience after the onset of the pandemic restrictions to different degrees in different countries and in different ways. Factors that influence the potential for community forestry to enhance livelihoods were not present in all country contexts. For example, tenure arrangements and rights over resources, such as the right to sell timber, varied amongst the countries and the communities that we surveyed. Also, the size and the quality of the forests that governments have allocated to communities to manage were major factors in determining both the natural and the financial assets that they could rely on. And as we've already mentioned this afternoon, community forests also varied with respect and the quality of their leadership, their external links to external organizations, their access to training, and their access to financial resources, and their capacity to manage those financial resources. Next slide, please. So what are some of the implications for a post-COVID recovery? Hopefully we're getting there soon. Thank you for moving on. The study confirmed that social forestry can generate and strengthen the human, social, natural, financial, and physical assets that really underpin sustainable livelihoods and directly contribute to people's resilience. These assets are mutually reinforcing. So as each asset improves, the overall potential for community forests to support livelihoods increases, and this creates a scope for reinvestment of money and labor and raises the adaptive capacity of these participating communities. It's very, very important. So our research highlights the importance of expanding community forestry, certainly improving land tenure systems to ensure that local people have clear and strong rights over forest resources, and eventually land tenure rights as well. And we recommend ramping up capacity development programs for community forest members. I hope our colleagues from ADB and GIZ also hear this. We need stronger skills to raise and manage more funds and restore and improve the quality of the forest resources that communities are managing. We need stronger skills that will help them recognize and address some of the social disparities and find ways to help communities cope, not just for this pandemic, but also for future disasters that may strike. And strengthening community forestry's institutions now will help build the resilience of marginalized people to endure the ongoing social and economic disruptions caused by the pandemic. The post-pandemic recovery plans will need to include strong support for social forestry. I also want to emphasize that we want to stimulate economic recovery through local mechanisms, microcredit schemes that enable members of the community to affordably invest in agricultural production, agroforestry, and other livelihood activities. These kinds of cash injections to such schemes really can deliver through economic stimulus packages. They would ensure that money reaches the communities in need and enters local economies. And the interest paid on the loans would then increase the funds available for future loans, further strengthening a community forest's financial assets and ability to manage these funds. And as our survey already indicates, not all community forests have the necessary financial structures and competencies in place to manage revolving funds, to manage revolving credit schemes, and disperse funds efficiently and fairly amongst members. So we should focus on developing these capacities wherever they are absent, and every community forestry should have a strong credit system with a disaster response plan, and be able to serve as a safety net for its members in times of national crises like we are experiencing now. In addition, the forest protection patrols in all countries that we studied underscore the idea that by strengthening social cohesion and providing legal tenure to local people, social forestry, community forestry can be a key approach to preventing illegal activities. The ability of communities to prevent forest crimes would be enhanced if governments, development partners, and civil society organizations provide support to strengthen the capacity of community forest groups to really perform this role. I believe they can perform this role for all of us and really prevent the next pandemic from happening if we start to minimize illegal wildlife trade. When Rikoff was asked about community forest members, what they need, 2/3 of them said they wanted training to improve their livelihoods. Of course, that's them talking to Rikoff. They know that we are effectively working on training delivery, but equipment as well as training is needed. Equipment in product development, marketing, enterprise development, and management would all help forest communities to add value to their forest resources and increase their financial security. In addition, 3/4 of our respondents to the survey said that they are selling agricultural products right now, and that was the main source of income. And this highlights the potential for integrating community forestry, social forestry, agroforestry into wider landscape management and agronomy approaches to boost food security and nutrition. And at the same time, I think we need to see increased donor support and technical assistance for forestry training and jobs in forest landscape restoration and management, and improve our ability to mitigate against climate change with carbon storage and productivity. These are very important benefits. Next slide, please. I'm wrapping up, so don't worry, I know I've run over. In conclusion, I think our study really shows that while community forests can provide these kind of safety nets during a crisis, they're not meeting their full potential. And in order to do so universally, we need to look at a wide range of interacting external and internal factors. And boosting support for social forestry and community forestry, like we are doing today with ShareCom For Asia, should not only help countries as they emerge from the pandemic, but also strengthen resilience to future shocks, whether in the form of another pandemic or some sort of shock from climate change or a disaster of some kind, a typhoon, an earthquake, a tsunami. So this is ultimately about building resilience. The science tells us that both kinds of shocks, climate change and pandemic shocks, will be more frequent unless we take urgent action. And a big part of ShareCom For Asia is about collective action to address forest loss. And community forestry offers a route to address the causes and limiting the consequences of these global challenges at the very same time. So I encourage all of you to take part in this very important juncture for ShareCom For Asia. My last slide, next slide, is about a research network that we've also collaborated with Professor Pulin on research for this kind of integrated forest landscape governance and associated issues. If you are a young researcher in this region, we are launching our call for concept notes tomorrow morning. It's a 2-hour webinar. We encourage you to join. If you can't join, I think there's plenty of opportunities to engage. There's a platform, a knowledge management platform hosted by C4 and eCraft. It's called, it's part of the Global Landscape Forum, GLFX. And if you can't join tomorrow, all the online materials for researchers to submit concept notes for these small preparatory grants will be on the GLFX as a community of practice. It's called Explore. If you happen to join GLFX, look for the community of practice called Explore. And special thanks to John Poulin for being on the advisory group for that Explore project funded by CETA. Thank you for listening and looking forward to questions and answers after the other speakers. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation, Dr. Gans. I am sure a lot of our participants learned about the importance of community forestry during pandemic and disasters, and we hope that communities continue to increase and strengthen their adaptive capacity in times of crisis through community forests, like you've mentioned, as these serve as centers for knowledge, providers in times of need, and financial safety nets. To share with us the experience of C4 eCraft on how they employ research in advancing science-based research in community forestry in the ASEAN region, may I call on Dr. Delia Katakutan, Principal Scientist and Acting Country Representative for the Philippines of C4 eCraft. Trained in natural resources management, Dr. Katakutan has over 20 years research experience on the technical, social, and policy dimensions of agroforestry and integrated natural resources management in Asia and Africa. She was the lead author of the ASEAN Guidelines on Agroforestry Development and a recipient of the highest commemorative medal for her contribution to the cause of agriculture and rural development in Vietnam. Delia is also Senior Fellow of the Global Evergreening Alliance and founding board of the International Union of Agroforestry. Delia obtained her doctoral degree in Natural and Rural Systems Management from University of Queensland, Australia, and a postdoc fellowship on sustainability science at Harvard University Center for International Development. Please welcome Dr. Delia Katakutan.
Thank you very much. And I would like, first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of ShareCom for this very important, for hosting this event, this inaugural session for ShareCom, as well as for having me in the panel, in this webinar as a panelist. So I would like to share my PowerPoint now. Share. Okay. So are you seeing it now? Okay. Okay. Is everyone seeing my screen right now?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So I would like to first of all greet ASEC Amaro. Dr. Doris Capistrano, my fellow panelists in this session, and as well as the participants. Thank you very much for having me. And the topic that was assigned to me for this session is about C4 ICRAF's experience on science-based decision-making in community forestry in the ASEAN region. But I would like to focus on some examples of our experience in 3 countries in ASEAN, namely Indonesia, Vietnam, and the Philippines. First, let me introduce my organization. So I am from C4 ICRAF, or the Center for International Forestry Research and the World Agroforestry. This is a merged organization now, 2 research organizations that has been recently merged. And we both envision a more equitable world where trees in all landscapes, from drylands to the humid tropics, enhance the environment and the well-being for all people. I'd like to highlight that C4 and ICRAF are CGIAR research centers. So we are a world-class research institutions which delivers actionable evidence and solutions to transform the way land and renewable resources are used and how food is produced. We build, disseminate, and apply evidence about the role of trees, forest, and tree-based agriculture as pathways to solving global crises, as other speakers have alluded earlier, such as poverty, hunger, land degradation, climate change, and unsustainable supply and value chains. In short, we strive to improve people's lives while preserving the environment. Together, we have a joint capacity of 65 years, coined the joint experience of 65 years of research in research and development. So as I mentioned, I'd like for this particular talk, I'd like to focus on examples from the Philippines, Vietnam, and Indonesia. So as I also mentioned that with 65 years of experience, you can imagine that C4 and ICRAF has tons of examples of this of research successes that has been brought into policy and practice. So now for the Philippines, we were able to facilitate through our research on rapid hydrological analysis in the southern Philippines. So this is a rapid hydrological appraisal was conducted to appraise the hydrological conditions from the perspective of 3 important stakeholders: local people, public or policymakers, and scientists, and use the results of this appraisal in designing a reward for watershed services scheme. This happened a long time ago, but it's still very, very relevant up to this day. And it is still being implemented up to this date. So the study was conducted in 2006. We piloted a rewards-based mechanism in the Manupali watershed in Bukidnon. And later on in 2014, the National Power Corporation, Pulangi 4, expanded their watershed management activities to the Manupali watershed. And using our results, our analysis from the hydrological appraisal, we managed to convince the National Power Corporation to expand their work to the Manupali watershed and implement a performance-based and family-based PS scheme now with funding from NPC. So far, to the record, I'm not sure if this is very much updated, but our records suggest that 718 households in the watershed with 1,200,000 hectares of land are being enrolled into the scheme, of which 150 farm households covering 222 hectares are from the Manupali watershed, which we are working on. NPC has continued to expand the scheme in other municipalities surrounding Mount Kitanglad Range Natural Park. So that's in the Philippines. Next one in the Philippines, which is quite recent, is our work under the Integrated Natural Resource Management Program, which is a big program funded by ADB and implemented by DNR. And ICRAF was a partner, a technical partner of this project. So in 2019 up to actually this month to 2021, ICRAF provided technical assistance to the interim project in 4 river basins. And that's these river basins are in Chico Upper River Basin, Wahig Inabanga River Basin, Bukidnon Upper River Basin, and Lake Lanao in order to improve sustainable land management. So our approach is to work with CBFM people's organizations, a number of them across these 4 basins, and using the 2 important tools, diagnosis and design by Raintree in 1987, and a more recent approach, which we call options by context, which is more behavior-centered approach to analyzing options. We were able to design a variety of tree growing models, including agroforestry, commercial plantations, and conservation farming. So from this analysis, learning sites were established and used for training and extension. And currently, as we speak, a number of POs, people's organization, particularly in Wahig Inabanga River Basins, are adapting the models in already 40 hectares of land. And this just happened in 1 year. Learning sites are now managed by DENR Penro Bohol, together with partner LGUs and people's organizations. And as far as I understand, there's a number of technical guidance notes that's being published, and these are made available with DENR. So from the field, so here just a snapshot of the landscape in Bohol. So this was one of the learning sites in Bohol, I believe, from Wahig Inabanga River Basin. This was the picture that you will show was taken in December 2020, when these models have just been recently established. And what we are seeing now is a major change in the landscape, where you see neighboring farms from the learning line sites. Neighboring farms have been converted into wiser use, no, or sustainable use of their lands. So, and we're seeing more of this coming, developing as the other river basins are following the designs that were developed by ICRAF. Another example that I would like to showcase is in Vietnam. So in 2009 and between 2009 and 2010, as we all probably know, the Vietnamese government launched its national policy on payments for forest ecosystem services. At the time, we took advantage of this opportunity to examine some of the issues around that national policy. So 2 important studies were conducted around that national PFES policy. One is on benefit sharing. So our study suggests that the importance of considering distributional equity, procedural equity, contextual equity, and identifying safeguards in the conduct of payments for ecosystem services. The results of our studies were being used to improve the payment schemes and cost benefit sharing mechanism for community forestry in Son La province, and that is in northwest Vietnam. Another study that we conducted, still in line with the national payments for forest ecosystem services, is in Bacan province, which is in the northeastern region of the country. So through our work under 3 successive projects, which are the RUPES project, RIALU, and Secured Landscape projects that were implemented from 2007 to 2015, we were able to use the results of the studies to design a voluntary PS mechanism that was developed in 2019 with the support of an IFAD-funded project called Bacan Pro-Poor Partnership for Agroforestry Development. In the scheme, downstream communities voluntarily pay upstream communities for maintaining forests and controlling water pollution around the Babe Lake, which is a very huge and important lake, which is actually a Ramsar site in the northeast region of Vietnam. So the upstream village or communities has 137 inhabitants in total, with 29 households involved. And the downstream village communities are, the downstream village is called Pakmoy Village. And the stakeholders involved are the owners of homestays, because that area is actually a tourist area. There's a beautiful lake that tourists like to, spend weekends on. And also the boat services cooperative. So there's an organization, farmers organization, that are into boating business. And as well as the Babay National Park to impose tourist fees. So it was actually a kind of a multilateral voluntary payment scheme, because that intends to protect the forest as well as the quality of the lake and the beauty of the lake, so that tourists would continue to come and visit the site, and upland communities, the homestay owners, the boat operators will benefit together from that particular scheme. Now to moving on from Vietnam, we move on to Indonesia. We have a lot of examples in Indonesia, but we picked this one because this is really in line with social forestry. So under the RUPES project, ICRAF facilitated so many dialogues with farmer groups who are in conflict with the government to join the social forestry scheme. In other words, it's in short, it is HKM or HKM. HKM is a national social forestry program wherein communities are granted rights to utilize NTFPs in protected areas. So we recommended and piloted a performance-based social forestry as a refinement to the national policy in collaboration with district stakeholders. As a result of that process, we were able to facilitate approximately 6,000 farmers to access and utilize 13,000 hectares of protected area, protected forest area under the social forestry scheme. In the same line of work, we facilitated the development of, or the creation of, a river care group in 2007, in which farmers within the social forestry scheme were rewarded based on their performance to carry out environmental conservation in their coffee gardens and riparian areas. So in 2009, state-owned hydropower electric plant got interested and entered into an agreement with this river care group to set up a very small, a prototype payments for ecosystem services. The scheme has continued until now, and in fact, it is being upscaled in a number of villages by the company itself. And as a result, the company also received numerous awards and recognitions from the national government as a result of the good work that they had with the communities. So I forgot to mention that my presentation is very, very quick because, again, as I said, we have tons of examples, but we could not put it in one presentation like this. But I hope that these examples from Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam highlight the importance for evidence-based decision-making in community forestry. We do have a lot of progress in bringing the gap between science and policy and action. But the last slide that I will show, the next few slides that I will show, highlight some of the lessons that we learned from that experience. So also I'd like to highlight that out of our research, we have a number of verified policy impact stories that are being published in our website. We have contributed to developing a stepwise MRV under UNFCCC, the RED Plus strategy and FREL refinement for Indonesia, legal recognition for peatlands in Peru, and forest monitoring capacity for Guyana, and payments for forest ecosystem services in Vietnam. And ICRAF also, C4ICRAF has a number of tools. We have, this is kind of a Pandora's box of tools that we use in our analysis to facilitate evidence-based decision making. The last slide is to me, the most important. What did we learn from advancing science to policy and actions in the context of community forestry and other sectors? So what we learned is that science-based decision-making can be fostered by addressing three big concerns or questions, whether it be in community forestry or in other sectors. But here I would like us to contextualize in community forestry. So science-based decision-making will have higher chances of success, and meaning if the process actually addresses three important questions, and these are the so what question. The so what question is very important because it is actually the outcome question in which many stakeholder decision makers are concerned. For example, DENR, FMB. If we have a recommendation or if we have a bright idea coming out from research, decision makers would ask, so what? What does that mean for the country? So unless our science-based decision making tries to answer that question, it may never succeed to the next level of policy change. The next question or concern that we are dealing with is, how does it work? The question about how does things work? What are the options available to community forestry and how each option work? What are the methods used to develop them? So this is about the credibility of how the options were derived, how the options were developed, and how this research recommendations, for instance, or recommended options are coming together that makes sense to first to policymakers. The third one is very, very important, is the what's in it for whom, here and now. Okay, so and this is the context question often asked by community forest management groups. So it's actually a legitimacy question. So what's in it? If you do science, what's in it? If you provide a recommendation, what's in it for me, for my situation, for my context? If I am facing COVID, how does this help me become more adaptive or resilient against pandemic and other types of shocks or changes? So all of these are very important when we do science-based decision, when we facilitate science-based decision-making in community forestry. And our lesson further suggests that this is possible. This is really something doable and achievable. And the way we do it is by integrating multiple knowledge systems and acknowledging that there are three big spheres of sources of knowledge, or in other words, perhaps different spheres of sources of truths, because everyone is trying to tell their story. So the first is actually about local ecological knowledge. It's very important to take account of the knowledge of local communities, be in CBFM, in indigenous communities, in ancestral domains. And local knowledge resides among local people, and this is embedded in their context. The second knowledge system, it comes from the public space, from the policy people. We call it policy ecological knowledge, which is concerned with the immediate impact, and in this case, of course, these are our decision makers asking, so what? This is really about generating evidence that will tell us, what the big impacts are for across a given country or a big landscape. And the third one is scientific ecological knowledge that seem to seek for generic solutions or generic mechanisms. So all of these three important these knowledge systems are very important in the next step, which is about negotiating and co-producing of new knowledge and actions. So as you can see here, the local ecological knowledge is very important in understanding local context, in telling the story of community forest people. The modelers' knowledge are very important in generating options or generating generic solutions. and public policy ecological knowledge. The so what questions are very important in order to arrive at consensually agreed solutions. So without the integration of knowledge of these three important stakeholders, these multiple knowledge systems, it will be quite impossible to arrive at the actions that we so desire for community forestry. So what we learned further in our evidence-based decision-making in community forestry is that it is not just about providing, making decision tools available or making recommendations available, and that's it. It is really about negotiating the knowledge, and in order to arrive at consensual actions. So until we are able to negotiate about decisions, our science will not go that far. It will not be much more meaningful for community forestry. So I would like to end with that message that evidence-based decision making is possible for community forestry as long as these three knowledge systems are integrated, knowledge of local people are respected, policy people are considered, public space opinions and strategies are considered into the equation in trying to come up with solutions. So I guess that's all, and I would just like to thank my colleagues who have contributed to this presentation. Thank you very much, and I hope I did not go over time.
Thank you, Dr. Katakutan. Yeah, skewed attention given to scientific knowledge can undermine the importance of local ecological knowledge. And so thanks for sharing a very, very important, very interesting and useful framework on knowledge co-production, negotiation, and renegotiation of knowledge, and integration of multiple knowledge systems that are sensitive to various contexts. The role of research is indeed important in community forestry for evidence-based policy and decision-making, and thanks as well for sharing several case studies from Philippines, Vietnam, Indonesia, and South Asia. Thank you very much, Dr. Katakutan. All right, so many of the success of community forestry can also be attributed to the support of international funding institutions. The partnership and collaborative work that they introduced helped fuel the growth of community forestry in Asia. To talk more about the Asian Development Bank's role in catalyzing community forestry, it is a pleasure to introduce Dr. Takeshi Ueda, Principal Natural Resources and Agriculture Economist of ADB. Dr. Takeshi Ueda, a national of Japan, obtained his doctorate degree in agricultural economics from Pennsylvania State University and his master's degrees in economics from the Michigan State University and in the United States and Soka University in Japan. He has 20 years of professional experience, including 13 years with ADB. From 2008 to 2017, he belonged to ADB's East Asia Department and administered and formulated loan and technical assistance projects of the agriculture and natural resources sector for China and Mongolia. In 2017, he moved to ADB Southeast Asia Department and have administered and formulated to ANR sector projects with a particular focus on agriculture value chain development. He also managed the Integrated Natural Resources and Environment project being executed by the DNR. And prior to joining ADB, Mr. Ueda worked for the FAO as policy officer and its regional office for Asia and the Pacific in Bangkok. As a project expert at its Bangladesh country representative, he also worked for Japan International Cooperation Agency Bangladesh office as an advisor for private sector development. Also joining Dr. Ueda is in this presentation is Mr. Thierry Lebastre, Senior Natural Resources and Agricultural Specialist of ADB. Dr. Ueda and Mr. Lebastre, the floor is yours for the presentation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's getting a bit late in the afternoon. I'm from Japan. And I first want to congratulate ShareCom to formulate or organize this very well-structured webinar. I think excellent speakers. I'm very thrilled to hear from all the different speakers, I mean, with different capacities. And also, I mean, but we are all in the same view. I mean, community-based forest management, it is the really way we want to promote. And I also, you know, impressed always, I mean, working in the Philippines, this knowledge and, you know, knowledge and human network, especially between UPLB and also ECRAF, and certainly DNR and the Forest Management Bureau. I mean, I very happy to see you are really well connected and coordinated and working together. That's something I do not see in some countries. And today's presentation, I want to share the perspective of more like financier, because while I was working in FAO, smaller scale projects like say few $1 million, I mean, that's a bit different story to do project of like 100 million. That's because of the probably homogeneity of communities. I mean, we know, I mean, what's important, but when it comes to scale, some challenge also become bigger. So I want to share some of the challenges that we face, as well as, I mean, what kind of projects we do. In the Philippines and the Cambodia and the Indonesia. Terry will share Indonesia experience. So let me just start off. Okay. Okay. Do you see my slide? Do you see slide?
Still sharing?
Not yet.
Not yet. Sorry. Okay, let me try again. Yep. Because of internet in Japan, not as good as the one in the Philippines. Okay, hopefully. Does it show?
Yes, yes. Great.
All right,
Thanks.
great. Thank you. Yep. So ADB as catalyst of community forestry in the ASEAN region. And from me, Takeshi Ueda, Terry Liabastre, and Albin Lopez, three of us presenting our projects. We are from Environment, Natural Resource and Agriculture Division, Southeast Asia Department. And the presentation comprises three items. First, ADB Strategy 2030 as kind of entry. Then we introduced 3 projects. Lastly, lessons learned and a way forward in brief. Okay. ADB used to target a lot on poverty reduction. We still do. However, the growth of Asian countries, we are now, try to accomplish prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable Asia and the Pacific. So that's what we work for. And we have 7 operational priorities. And you see underlined ones. Out of 7, actually 6 of them are somehow relevant to our forestry projects. First one is addressing remaining poverty and reducing inequalities. And certainly gender, and then climate change, then rural development and food security, then strengthening governance and institutional capacity. And we do some of the regional cooperation forestry project. So other key approaches, private sector operation, and also resource mobilization. Lastly, knowledge support. Okay, so our lending from 2009 to 2020, it's really substantive amount has been, it has been channeled into this agriculture, natural resource, and the rural development from ADB. In total, for 12 years, it's about 12.75 billion. And out of which about 2.337 billion went to subsectors which are relevant to somehow forestry. So if you look at this kind of squared item, first one is water-based natural resource management and forestry, land-based natural resource management. Those together, it's about 2.337 billion. So it's really substantive amount. Okay, let me just start introducing my project first. And this is the presentation, touched upon by Dr. Delis. And we are getting very good partnership and support from ECRAF to implement this project. And let me just start off with this project. INREM, Integrated Natural Resource and Environment Project, and total financing 101 million. But actually we started off at the level of 150 million. But since we had some slow startup, part of the fund has been canceled and considered for support for the Malawi. And that's the kind of history we went through. And we have IFAD co-financier and a Jeff Grant. Okay, so it's quite scattered. As Dr. Dois already explained, 4 upper river basins, so it's quite scattered. And all right, so let's start with challenges. Forest cover reduced down to 30% of the 1,900 level. So it's significant reduction for last, over a millennium. Then low per capita forest coverage, 13.7% of the global average, which is really small. Then severely degraded critical watersheds. And impact, this is long-term project objective, improved condition of watersheds generating livelihood benefits in the 4 URBs, upper river basins. And immediate project objective, increased rural household incomes and LGU revenues in selected watersheds in the 4 upper river basins. Outputs, there are 4. So first one is basically planning, river basin watershed management plans. And the second one is investment. So most of the fund went to this investment portion. And we had many different activities. For instance, we certainly have forestry related investment. And we accomplished 74,000 hectare under CBFM and 22,500 hectare natural forest land rehabilitation and 14,000 hectare under agroforestry, etc. And we also support small infrastructure and also livelihood support. Then third output is capacity building. As David emphasized, important to improve capacity and also governance. Lastly, project management. So beneficiaries, 220,000 households, and 73% are indigenous peoples. Agencies, executing agencies, DNR, FMB, and implementing agencies, DA, DTI, MDFO, LGUs. Co-financier, as I said, then partners, ECRAF and SESIM, Philippine consulting firm, and people's organizations and the indigenous people's organizations. Okay, this is, her name is Miss Cecilio Ofo Ob. she's part of indigenous peoples organization group, and they form a women's organization to work on the forest. And this is the picture that I've taken, and I asked her. She spent, out of 365 days, maybe 350 days in the forest, and they are so happy to receive benefit from this project and support. So, that's what we want to see. Happy face of those beneficiaries. I just passed to Terry for this Indonesia project, his project. Terry, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy. Thank you for being part of this meeting, and very interesting so far. And I want to congratulate everyone for very interesting presentation. As my colleague Takeshi just mentioned before, I think many people will find in my comment something that has already been done or said in terms of community involvement. This is key in our project, and it's key for especially forestry resources in general. So I'm going to present you my project in Indonesia. It's a community-focused investment to address deforestation and forest degradation. This project is administered by ADB and is part of the Forest Investment Plan, supported by the Forest Investment Program under the Climate Investment Fund, which is administered by World Bank, and with the objective to address driver of deforestation and degradation. I want to mention that this project is a pilot project. That's why it has been financed on grant with a quite consequent amount. For a grant is 17 million grants. Next slide. So this project is located in West Kalimantan and is focusing on 4 forest management units, which is administrative delimitation for forestry in Indonesia, and inside 2 districts of West Kalimantan, Sintang and Kuala Pasulu. This project involves 17 villages that you can see in the map here, and also the project is involving 4,000 households, mainly indigenous people or people under customary law. One characteristic of this project is also that it is located in a very remote area, very far from urban cities, with limited transport connection. Also, as people know, West Kalimantan is also one of the four principal provinces affected by the deforestation in Indonesia, with around more than 100,000 hectares of deforestation annually. So and we know that this in this area specifically, the worsening state of forest has threatened the livelihood of the majority of the people in the district, especially the women. Next slide, please. So just one little word on the context. As you know, Indonesia deforestation and degradation, including peatland, account for 60% of the greenhouse gas emission. And in West Kalimantan, the key driver of deforestation are commercial logging, conversion of forest to agriculture, mining, and also uncontrolled fires. So there is also underlying cause of deforestation in this area, which include inconsistent and inadequate spatial planning, and unclear land ownership and conflict, and also, as many other areas, also a weak governance. In terms of impact, the project is seeking to achieve twin goals that are reducing greenhouse gas emission and also improving livelihood for the communities. The project is pursuing this goal while making sure that the women are included in the project, not just as beneficiaries, but also as partners in the whole process. Indeed, the preliminary result of the project after 3 years today shows that the project support to the government and to the customary communities has already provided co-benefit in sustainable forest management and in reduction of greenhouse gas emission, as well as enhancement of technical capacity and improvement of livelihood of local communities. We are very proud to one result. In fact, according to the Indonesian Ministry of Village Development and its Village Development Index that measures yearly the development progress at local level of all villages, the project has greatly contributed to the development of targeted villages. Indeed, when we started the project 4 years ago, 17 villages targeted were classified as underdeveloped or very underdeveloped. And now, according to the Ministry of Village Development, 50 of the 17 villages are now reclassified as developing villages, which is a sort of proof that community involvement is a key in the development, but community development need also to be supported by investment. Next slide, please. In terms of output, you can see that the project has contributed to the effectiveness of RED Plus mechanism and the RED Plus fiscal strategy and its harmonization at the provincial and national level. I want to underline that, in fact, I should mention first that among the community-focused RED activities in our targeted village, this activity include community-based land use planning. In fact, one of the main things that we found at the beginning, there were not any real long-term management plan and land use planning. So it was one of the key achievements at the beginning of the project. The second was also how we protect these forests from many strong pressures. And so the community-led forest monitoring and fire management has been very key on the project, and also assisted forest regeneration with the communities involvement also was a key importance for the project. In terms of livelihood, ecotourism infrastructure has been developed, especially in the national park, who benefit to not only to tourists, but also to local communities. And also the support to non-timber activities, including beekeeping, aquaculture, handicraft, weaving, and also, which is very key for livelihood, the village infrastructure. In fact, the project was supporting water supply, micro-hydro, also village road, service road inside the village. So I want to underline that the community consultation was key in our project because, in fact, a lot of consultation has been done, and also inside and among the consultation, women were present all the time, and they were encouraged to participate to all activities and also in the planning and decision making. In response to the difficulties encountered by the communities harshly affected in their livelihood during the slowdown of the local economy during the COVID-19 pandemic, the project has launched a cash advance program based on the community-based forest agreement for agroforestry contact payment. So we were basically providing advance payment for agroforestry, After now almost 1 year and a half, and after the success of this cash advance program involving the communities, we decided to extend this cash advance program to other labor-intensive activities of the project, including assisted regeneration, livelihood activities like home gardens. So yeah, so that's all for me, and I stay open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. So let me just introduce the last project. That's Biodiversity Conservation Corridors Project, Cambodia, and 2011 to 2021. And total financing is 28.3 million. This is grant project. So I just show the picture. Actually, this is GMS project. So it's really, I mean, regional project. So you see Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia. Those are the 3 countries covered by this project. And if you see these, how to say, red bordered areas, those are the basically, I mean, proposed biodiversity corridor that project worked on. Okay. Right. Challenges, increasing development pressure and environment degradation, increasing fragmentation of biodiversity-rich forest landscapes in Cambodia, and the declining critical ecosystem services necessary for sustaining local livelihoods and investments. Sorry. Yeah, the impact. Long-term objective, climate resilient, sustainable forest ecosystems and benefiting local livelihoods. An immediate project objective, biodiversity corridors established in Kong Kong and Mundulu Kiri with policy, regulatory and management regimes. There are 4 outputs, and first output is capacity strengthening, and the second output is actual investment in the forest activities, and the third, that's livelihood support, lastly project management. And beneficiaries, at least 2,600 direct beneficiaries, and 25% are indigenous people. Okay, so some of the features, biodiversity corridor zoning approved by the central and local governments. So this, how to say, legislative process is really important to give communities access to those zones and to kind of protect the specific zones. And second, engagement of community into planning, that's very important. Then community need-based small infra, livelihood support. I mean, we can't just let communities, I mean, work on forest without anything. I mean, we have to really incentivize. Then village development funds. I mean, this project has this feature. I mean, this revolving fund, so that communities have financing support even after the project. Okay. So these are pictures from the project. Forest enhancement, livelihood improvement. Okay, lessons learned and way forward. So engage, empower local communities. That's what this webinar is all about. Utilize indigenous knowledge coupled with innovation. And it's very important. We are working a lot with indigenous people. We acknowledge and respect, I mean, how they make a living, but at the same time, we can certainly bring in something beneficial for them. Then provide and help communities adapt alternative livelihoods. That's very important, key to sustainable community forest management. then building ecosystem conservation mechanism just benefit from their services. Manage water resources. That's actually very much key to forest management. And promote agroforestry, maintain biodiversity from monocrops to agroecosystems. I mean, ICRAF is promoting this. And build, foster partnership with other government agencies and civil society for effective implementation projects with diversified activities. DNR alone, in case of Philippines, cannot handle, project with so diversified activities. So it's important to have someone who is good at just make partnership with them. Then build sustainable financial mechanism for post-project sustainability. I mean, if it can be done, that's great. So way forward, incorporate lessons learned from the projects into the government regular programs. This is to ensure sustainability. Then promote partnership with the private sector and civil society. Further raise awareness of sustainable forest management, such as part of school program, especially younger generation. I mean, it's good that they have this awareness. Then government continuous support for project outcomes, forest management, livelihood support, small infra, and a plan for upscaling of successful models supported by the projects and secure need financing. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ueda and Mr. Lebaste. We're very grateful for the assistance to innovative development projects in community forestry, and we hope to continue this kind of collaboration in the future. All right, so
Thank you.
Another development partner which is driving the growth of community forestry in Asia is GIZ. They have rich experience in supporting community forestry initiatives that made a difference for upland communities in Asia. To share their experiences, let me introduce Mr. Mohammad Siddiq, GIZ Strategic Area Manager for Sustainable Forest Management and Coordinator for Papua and West Papua provinces. Mohammad Siddiq is a forester of the Faculty of Forestry, IPB University in Indonesia. He has been with GIZ Indonesia since 2008. He has also worked with GIZ in Sumatra, Kalimantan, and Papua Land. He is now the Forest and Climate Change Program Strategic Area Manager for Sustainable Forest Management in Papua Land, funded by Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. He has worked with GIZ to support forestry institutions at the site level and local communities, including indigenous peoples, in the sustainable use of forests through social forestry projects and to promote local initiatives to produce their own non-timber forest products and environmental services to capture market opportunities. May I call on Mr. Siddiq for his presentation.
Thank you very much, Brian. And I will try to share my PowerPoint. Excuse me. Could you see my presentation?
Yes, we can now see your presentation.
Okay,
Thanks.
again, let me start by saying thank you very much, Brian, and also ShareCom for Asia for this strategic discussion and forum. I think it's great pleasure for me to present that is going to talk here about learning and lesson in social forestry, and in general it's like a community based forest management, especially us or me from GIZ Forest and Climate Change Program in Indonesia. This is a subject I think in which we should all be interested, because it's by sharing the experience of strengthening the community and a community forestry, social forestry, that we can best ensure the capacity building for the system improvement and adaptability. The first, I would like to clarify that GIZ is not a donor. We are not donor, but we like the implementer with technical support or technical cooperation between Indonesia and Germany, and then we GIZ as implementation agency in the province and in the region level in Indonesia in some province. That's we put my title in my presentation is like social forestry for economic development. This lesson from our side, at least in the 4 province in Indonesia, especially Kalimantan, West Kalimantan, North Kalimantan, East Kalimantan, and also in Central Sulawesi. And the future, we would like to, we want to like have a new project in the Papua land, in Papua and Papua Barat. Then as background, I think another speakers already mentioned in Indonesia that the community-based forest management is now like the formally by government. We call like a social forestry. This social forestry in the context of the nation is a concept of sustainable forest management. This is implemented in the site level and then giving access to the local community. That I think already common understand that the local community a long time ago is like have limited access to the forest, to the forest management and as the main actor in the site level. So also the social forestry giving to the specific local people like the indigenous community as main actor in the field. And as the national regulation, the social forestry have the at least 5 kind of the scheme is hutan desa we mentioned in bahasa, village forest and community forest, community plantation, community-based plantation forest, and customary forest, as well as forestry partnership as a legal basis and legal scheme of the social forestry. The concept or the implementation of the social forestry in Indonesia, they provide the community to get the alternative and encourage business efficiency and sustainability. Also, in some area in Indonesia and province, there is still like a lack of the capacity by the forest farmer. So also they still get a chance to improve their skill and their their capacity to improve their business management in the forest with the scheme of social forestry. Like I saw in the right side, this the data from the national level, the distribution, the social forestry in Indonesia until already 5.7 million hectare distributed to all province in Indonesia, and Indonesia is like at least 30 province in distributed in all from the Sumatra and Papua. And also after they get the social forestry in Indonesia, they get the umbrella as the degree of the ministry to get the license, and then the legal aspect they get from the ministry to do the management forest in the field. So after they get the license, they have the like a community group, a business group, and they like step by step to improve their competency from in Indonesia, the government mentioned they classified with the basic competency of the farmer group to be there are four at least category for the competency of the farmer group in the context of social forestry. There are blue, silver, gold, and platinum. This is the based on the competency of how they can improve the management of the forest area, and then also they improve the strengthening their institution and organization, and also they improve the business arrangement and business management plan. So for climate is like forest and climate change program, the project from the BMZ in ministry from the Germany, and this is the typical of the technical cooperation module, important process and supporting to the provincial level and district level until the village level. This we support the processes of the social forestry after and before and after grant permit of the management right. And how and what the framework of us in we like I think like Mr. Terry like already mentioned as well, in Kapuas Hulu we also like closely working in with the ADB project in Kapuas Hulu. This and also like as the structuring we have like the similar we underline in forest Ministry of Forestry KLHK as I mentioned in Indonesia. We cooperation with the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and then we have four strategic area. The first is like a national and regional policy framework, and then the second one is sustainable forest management and human capacity development and integrated biodiversity conservation and watershed management. Our scope is for the technical support, technical advice on strategic development, and support in sustainable livelihood as well. Support for the institution as a forestry institution like a forest management unit or KPH in Indonesia, and support for market and sustainable use of NTFV capacity building as well, attached in every component the activity. The geographic focus for us in ForClimb in Indonesia, when we work in 2009 until 2020, we in the Kalimantan consists of the Kalimantan, North Kalimantan and West Kalimantan, also East Kalimantan, as well as in Central Sulawesi. For the future, since 2021 until I think the future for 3 years, and we would like to working with the partner and the community in the Eastern Indonesia, especially Papua and West Papua, and also we including the Sulawesi as the continuing of our project. The concept of framework, we have a landscape. The first landscape is the forest management unit, and in the landscape of forest management unit, we encourage the local community, encourage the conservation idea, also how to link or deal communication and dialogue between the national and the province level or regional level with the policy and forest policy development. And especially for the forest management unit is improving their human resource and the system or the institution of the forest management in the site level. So after the omnibus law, there is like a reform of the institution of the forest management unit in Indonesia. So this, I think, all the forest management unit is now are thinking to adaptive with the new regulation from Indonesia. This is also will affect or impact to the community group in the context of the social forestry. And step by step, I will bring you to the our site pilot activity in North Kalimantan. As we mentioned, this is we support the local community, Dayak community in Malinau district, North Kalimantan. We mentioned the Stulang village. Stulang village is that specific Dayak community. they protect the production forest. This is the production forest, but they think and do everything with the forest like a conservation forest or the protection forest. This is the wisdom of from the local, and then we support them using the umbrella and license or right for them with the hutan desa. But the practice is they use everything to protect or to keep or save the forest with the traditional and their wisdom. They can still take product from the forest, eat rotten fruit and fish in the river, and also until now they every year they get some tourism, both in the national and international, come there, and then they develop the ecotourism based on the potential of the forest. The forest, at least there is five thousand hectare managed under the hutan desa. So lesson for the ecotourism business processes with local community there. Yeah, they think that now they increase the social capital, and then availability of management area indicator is already fixed in the field, in the site, and capacity building for the community in management step by step, not only from the forestry sector, but the local government, like we mentioned, is district level, also from another sector. They support them, especially in tourism sector or agency services in the district level. They also support them. Then they can giving credit scheme by using the license of the hutan desa, and then they get the, as we in Indonesia mentioned, is the fund from the government, village fund, dana desa, and also they can flexible to working together with another institution in government. So this is like the open and entry to develop their activity in the forest. And what role of the GIZ for climate with them in the forest level, supporting and facilitation of practices, development, social forestry management. We transfer the knowledge from the national level structure regarding the village forest management to the directly to the people in the village, and then we support and promote their approach as the traditional already there in the village, and then we promoted them to widely market and public. And the second, learning from Tembalang partnership scheme in Berau and East Kalimantan. This is Berau is like a district, and East Kalimantan in province. This is the exercise of how we support the local community together with the forest management unit and a company or private sector or the business sector. And they decided one site area of the forest within the company area, and then also communicating and synchronize with the forest management unit program. They develop or build a partnership under the social forestry scheme. The forestry partnership process increase like empowerment, the social economic aspect for the people in the village, as we exercise with them in the and divided of the benefit sharing. At least the community will get the 60% of the total income of the activity in the partnership. The main product of in this partnership is like ecotourism, and as well as incorporate local wisdom in managing and conserving forest resources. That's more improving in that area. Supporting livelihood improvement, yes. And what the role of the GIZ for climate in this case, providing training and participatory mapping, proposal development. So ForClimb, the mainly or the basic approach of the ForClimb is capacity building, and then we think together with the community and KPH Forest Management Unit how to develop their capacity, at least in the 3 level, how they manage the forest area, and then how they manage the institution or organization, and then also how they manage the business plan for the future. And in the West Kalimantan, Kapuas Hulu district, there is a learning from the Manua Sadap village. This is also hutan desa, but we emphasize the exercise to the local community, look closely with them how they listen for the fostering the agroforestry processes in there. The community empowerment conducting together with the project, and then a project as the facilitator, they link another potential in the local as the extension worker in the on the side and then work together with the community in that village. The lesson, yeah, they can be that they can improve their knowledge and their commitment for to the forest, and utilize you know ladang, and like a farmer ex the field land for productive activity using the agroforestry pattern. There's like such as a cacao, coffee, rubber, and food. And farmer also usually close discussion with the extension worker, and then every day observe and every day discuss close together and farmer in agroforestry group, and to set and appreciate it with the process. So that I think this is lesson for the key success from the local community when they get the access, when they get the legal framework to the forest, then we support to improve their capacity and their competency in how manage the forest as the good quality manner. And what a role of the GIZ for this thing? This is like the similar we support in capacity building, providing training, coaching, and technical counseling, also the proposal development. We think related to the training, when yeah, in Indonesia, that's mostly they brings there are 3 30 people in one session training for a week, but we not think like that. We like the coaching system on the job training, so we daily every day meeting with them, and then step by step we lesson or we exercise with a problem in the field, and together also link it a KPH staff and then extension worker to work in the field level, and we as the ForClimb link it the situation in the ground to the national level to improve the policy related to the forest management and forest community-based forest management. And another thing in Lorelindu is biosphere reserve integrated with the forest area in Sigi district. We also have some farmer group in the social forestry scheme, and we support them to improve the local micro, small, and medium enterprise to promote their product, especially from NTFB, and then you link it to the conservation idea and conservation concept, link it with Lorelindu Biosphere Reserve. We support them to packaging the product from the community with the logo of the Lorelindu, and then that's make increasing awareness and increasing to get the market. This is like the price is like a bit a premium that and then after that they happy, and then this is like show they can show their activity and the commitment to the forest conservation in that area. What the role of GIZ in this exercise of this lesson learned in we present in Central Sulawesi for key outcome for the project management of Lorelindo National Park watershed rehabilitation, because in some I think in some national park in Indonesia, especially in the area of buffer zone, they already occupied, and there's sometimes the critical area already there and happen, and then we support the government and the management unit in national park to do a rehabilitation in the some watershed area. Community livelihood improvement, yes, and then multi-stakeholder cooperation. And for the Papua, this year is like the first year we work in Papua, but the situation with the pandemic COVID is still slow. The activity now use following the regulation from the national and district and province level, that's we have the work from home and then communication by online, and but we start to Papua this year until at least 3 or 4 years in the future. For the future, we develop and adapt regulation, also forest governance reform and community forestry in the Tanah Papua. The Tanah Papua in Indonesia is like this strike different with another province in Indonesia. Most people there is using like customary right. The customary right is dominated in that area, and then we would like to like link it dialogue between the community and the national level, how to develop the best way the social forestry or community forestry in that site. The lesson for the future for climate we mentioned, and we call the for climate 4.0, examines how national and provincial and local government interact to make land and resources use the decision in the proper manner, and exactly to support the local community with the economical benefit and sharing. And also in Tanah Papua is we have the forest management unit that should be improved their capacity, as well as when we in Indonesia get the new regulation from the national level related to the omnibus law. Related to the omnibus law, there are some reform the institution of the forestry sector in the national and the regional level that we would like to support them to revise and to getting a new phase of the management strategy of the forest management unit in the site level. So what role of the GIZ for climate in the Tanah Papua, we as the same from a previous project, we giving the technical advice on strategic development and support for forestry administration reform processes, support sustainable livelihood for the community, and also capacity building for sustainable forest management and nature conservation. This is as we as our framework, we work for the layer in the forest management unit and then link it with the local community and indigenous community in the site level. That's a simple presentation from us, and thank you very much for your attention and the time for me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Siddiq. That's very informative and interesting work that you're doing in village forest and nature reserves in Indonesia on social forestry for economic development. Sustainable livelihoods, indeed, including social capital, should really come hand in hand with watershed rehabilitation and improving the biophysical aspect of forest areas. Thank you once again to our incredible speakers. Thank you as well to those who have shared their questions and to our speakers who already provided their responses. At this point in time, we will have a 10-minute break. Please be ready to ask your questions during our open forum later after the break. And you may use the Q&A chat box to type in your questions, and you may also use the raise hand feature later. We especially encourage students who are in this forum to join the conversation later. So yeah, thanks again to our incredible speakers. See you after the 10-minute break.
How do we come together for our landscapes? Can ecosystems sustain us? And how do we make our landscapes more sustainable? How can we help our local government units see our landscapes the way we see them? These are questions we might have not asked ourselves in a while now. But these are questions that we need to start talking about. If we talk about landscape governance, we're talking about you and me and many other stakeholders on the same table, but with different agendas for the spaces we live in. No, we won't start off on the same page, but it is our ultimate goal. We've started this experience since 2018 for selected landscapes in Sierra Madre, Palawan, and Bukidnon, Misamis Oriental. Since 2018, civil society organizations, community members, youth representatives, indigenous peoples, academic institutions, and government units have started coming together to talk about critical questions. Sierra Madre envisions empowered communities who can participate in decision-making processes. Palawan sees an island managed and governed with the help of science-based information and policies. Bukidnon, Misamis Oriental pushes for including indigenous peoples and communities in the local development planning processes. Now, as the dialogues run, we realize we're missing pieces of the puzzle. First missing piece is our national and local governments' engagement and commitment. As we keep on with our dialogues and we're able to co-create agreements for the futures of the landscape, it is necessary for the government to take these visions, make it theirs too, take responsibility together with us. Second missing piece is our private sector. Our landscapes are shared resources. We have a stake in it, as our private companies also do. We're not against each other. We probably just don't spend enough time to understand each other. It is only when the pieces are present can we see the better picture. We invite you to an inclusive experience and a process that can help us make our spaces more livable and sustainable.
The College of Forestry and Natural Resources has come a long way since its inception in 1910 as a forestry school under the College of Agriculture. The decades that passed saw its transformation that shaped CFNR to what it is today. CFNR is nestled within the legendary Mount Makiling Forest Reserve, or MMFR, a 4,244 hectares of forested land, which is the haven for a multitude of flora and fauna species. The MMFR serves as the largest instruction, learning, and research laboratory in UPLB, a national and international center for higher education. The sciences, the arts, natural resources conservation and utilization, and ecotourism. In 2013, the MMFR was declared as the 33rd ASEAN Heritage Park. CFNR owes its steady growth and strength from the diversity of its human resource, who provide expertise in forest science and its allied fields, in establishing its niches in forest research, conservation, and management. The CFNR degree programs continue to be at the forefront of forestry education in the country. Aside from CFNR's excellent BS degree program, which has earned prestigious distinctions in the local and international frontiers, its graduate degree programs are the choice among individuals who wish to pursue higher learning in forestry. With an active link to the international community, CFNR continuously embarks on collaborative researches and knowledge exchange. Instruction is complemented by a strong and dynamic conduct of research and extension, which serve as catalysts to produce knowledge products, technologies, and innovations to promote sustainability through extension and public service. The college continuously finds ways to improve modalities in instruction, research, and extension that are flexible and adaptable in challenging situations. With an enabling environment to allow people, academic programs, RDE programs, infrastructure, and public service initiatives to flourish, the CFNR continues to move forward with its goal of securing the future while maintaining honor and excellence in forestry.
Si Miliano Payusan ay ang chairperson ng Upper Kibalang Agroforestry Farmers Associations. Ito ay isa sa mga people's organizations na nabigyan ng karapatan at responsibilidad na mamahala at mag-alaga ng kagubatan na tinuturing din nilang tahanan sa ilalim ng community-based forest management strategy. Ang CBFM ay ang pambansang estratehiya upang mapanatili at mapalago ang ating mga kagubatan at mapabuti ang kabuhayan ng mga komunidad na nakatira dito. Noong 1986, mas mababa sa 200,000 hektarya ang mga kagubatang pinapangalagaan ng mga komunidad. Nitong 2018, malapit sa 2,493,000 hektarya ng kagubatan natin ang pinapangalagaan ng mga komunidad. Ito ay nagpapakita lamang ng kanilang malaki at malawak na responsibilidad. Ngunit, nanganganib ang kinabukasan ng mga komunidad dahil sa kakulangan ng sapat at pangmatagalan na kabuhayan at makabuluhan na suporta para matugunan ito. Napapanahon na muli nating suriin ang ating strategiya bilang isang alyansa ng gobyerno, pribadong sektor at mga CSOs. Sentro sa strategiya nito ay ang tamang pagtugon sa mga pangangailangan ng kagubatan at komunidad. Sa ika-25 anibersaryo ng CBFM, mainam na itanong, paano natin mas matutulungan ang mga komunidad na mas maayos na magampanan ang kanilang mga responsibilidad? Habang
All right. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good, quick break. We are now down to our open forum. Lots of questions have already been answered, but we still have remaining interesting questions here. All right. Let me start with questions for Professor John. Hello, John Pulhin.
Yes, Brian. Yes.
All right, there are several questions here for you, including considering the long experience of Philippines in implementing social and community forestry program. What do you think are the key lessons that we can distill that other countries in Asia can benefit from?
Thank you so much, Brian, for that question. Actually, the different presenters has alluded to many of the key lessons, but let me highlight the one that we can draw from. In the case of the Philippines, reflecting on our long history of experience, I was thinking that tenure reform indeed is very important, but it may not be a sufficient condition for sustainable forest management that will benefit the local communities as well. So it's necessary, but not necessarily sufficient condition. In other words, there are other equally important factors beyond tenure reform. And based on our experience, really, it's also the enabling and stable policies, which are equally important, as well as appropriate regulatory framework that will enable communities to easily enjoy the economic benefit from their management of forest resources. No, because while there could be elements of tenure reform, but at times when we talk about bundles of rights, for instance, there is also the challenge of really not coming up with what some writers say what has been transferred are bundles of responsibilities instead of bundles of rights. So I think by creating a more enabling regulatory framework, then that will be minimized. But at the same time, if you look also at the history of the Philippine forestry, there has been also the challenge of some policy changes through time that have affect, for instance, the access of communities towards harnessing the benefits of their forest management and protection. So I think a more stable policy and an enabling and supporting regulatory framework will be very useful. I think very equally important is also, as has been demonstrated also by many presenters, is the critical role of collaboration among different partners. And I think our project has demonstrated that it's possible to collaborate government, non-government organizations, and the academe can actually collaborate in a mutually beneficial manner that will benefit local communities and the forest resources at the end. And I think this is one exciting thing that we have proven on this assessment, that we can actually collaborate and work together if we have a common vision of advancing the welfare of local communities and sustainably managing the forest resources. So I'll stop on that, Brian. Thank you so much.
Right. Actually, speaking on about collaboration, you also mentioned a while ago in your presentation that we need to co-develop a revitalized CBFM strategic action. What do you think should be the focus of Philippine CBFM in, let's say, in the next 25 years?
Yeah, if you look at the historical trend before, then we are able to manage and protect the forest resources, but there is this still a major gap as far as sustainable livelihood is concerned. And therefore, it will be good to focus on a strategic, I would say, a revitalized strategic action plan that is co-developed by different stakeholders, but that will focus also in terms of providing support for social enterprise development. I think that will be the pathway, a good pathway to pursue. So really, we have to move now from, and this is really very challenging. I know that it's challenging to move towards social enterprise, considering also the changing demands of upland communities. They need to educate their children. They need to provide for their basic needs. They need gas and so on. And so crucial to that is the development of social enterprises.
All right. Doc John, just a couple more questions related to local governments vis-a-vis CBFM. So these questions are from Charlu Ormega and Jaime Nuevas. Is full devolution of CBFM areas to local government units not seen as strategy to encourage local participation and augment numbers of personnel for CBFM agreements?
Yeah, thank you for that question. If in terms of devolution and the way and probably ASEC Mars or our colleagues from DNR can also contribute on this. But in the case of the Philippines, while there is the devolution of under the local government code, but there was this joint memorandum of agreement between DNR and local government units in terms of what to devolve directly to local government units. And essentially, again, in the context of the Philippines, those that were directly devolved were the former, that then people who are familiar with the history in Philippine forestry, those are the then areas which are under integrated social forestry programs, some of them. No? And in fact, the ISF staff, including the ISF staff of the DNR, were transferred to local government units. But the CBFMAs that we are talking about here are actually retained with the DNR. No? And so essentially, in this particular context, when we talk about devolution in the context of community-based forest management and community-based forest management agreement, it's really devolving directly to local communities in partnership with the DNR. No? But there are also other sites which were managed by LGUs. No? And there is, as I've said, there is this joint memorandum of agreement before, no? Which goes to the LGU and which goes to the NR. And so the recent word is co-management. There are areas now which are co-managed by local communities, local government units, and also the NR. And yes, certainly LGUs can probably augment the staff, but again, it's really probably for division of support. There are sites which are directly managed by LGUs, and there are many of them are also directly, I would not say managed, but supported by LGUs. And there are also those sites which are supported by DNR, but mainly. But it does not necessarily mean that LGUs do not provide support in these sites of CBFM. But generally, their support is small in terms of social services, like roads, water supply, and so on and so forth.
All right. Thank you, Doc Hin, for that. We have here interesting question from Josephine Garcia for Ms. Barati. Hello, Ms. Barati. Ms. Barati from Dr. Josephine, what are the main drivers for local women in Nepal to actively engage or participate in community forestry groups? How do you sustain their interest and participation? Hello, Ms. Barati. In case you're already answering, you're still on mute. Hello, Ms. Barati.
Hello.
All right. All right. Let me repeat the question for you from Josephine. What are the main drivers for local women in Nepal to actively engage or participate in community forestry groups? How do you sustain their interest and participation?
Well, in context of Nepal, local women are the one who manages the forest. They are the one who visits the forest every day, you know, in order to collect vegetables, fuel, fodder, etc. And as they are the managers of the forest, and we encourage them to participate in the forest management activities too. And similarly, we have also made a mandatory principle of including 50% of women in the executive committee of the community forest users group. In this way, we ensure the active participation of the females in forest management as well.
All right, thank you, Ms. Barati. We now have another question for Dr. Doris Capistrano. Hello, Dr. Doris. This is actually linked to Paula Sarguma's question on youth that has been answered by Dr. Gans. Dr. Doris, for the next 5 years, for the next 25 years rather, how do we assure that there are still people interested to manage our forests through social forestry, especially that the children of the present generation may opt to engage in other opportunities outside the forest, leaving a void in community forest management? From Josephine Garcia of UPLP.
Okay. Thank you so much for the question. I think it is a very important question, and also one that should be considered in the case of the Philippines, which is at the crossroads, it seems, in thinking about the future for Philippine CBFM and in many other places. I think the most practical way, and it's not just in the context of agreements expiring, but in general, I think how you sustain interest is you make community forestry, social forestry worthwhile being profitable at the very least. It provides the kinds of livelihoods that is adequate. Inadequate, returns is something that John Pulin in his talk called attention to. And it is not unusual. It is not just in the Philippines. The problem with social forestry, as I explained in my remarks, it starts from a mindset of providing just enough to get people interested to do things in the service of state government forestry objectives, getting lands rehabilitated, getting people pacified or satisfied with certain rights, but not necessarily going the full length and the extra mile to make sure that it's more than just enough, that it provides opportunities for investment and reinvestment in their own development. Going back to the question of the youth, many of them will probably not be interested in community forestry the way their parents were. They would have gone to school, they would have been exposed to other opportunities. Many of them probably would migrate out of upland areas or rural communities. And I think that is a fact that needs to be anticipated from the very beginning. And in many ways, if you look at the patterns of land use change, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It reduces pressure on land. It provides the potential for consolidating many small holdings into larger areas, and that could be managed more profitably or more effectively. And it then adds value where value or opportunities are possible. So, but some young people might like to continue. But for those young people to continue, one is they have to have good returns. They have to be able to go beyond what their parents have or what their elders currently have. In other words, they should be able to link their enterprises to more profitable value-adding markets, use technology, real-time data on prices, real information on available value-adding technologies, subsidies for more affordable energy for processing, marketing, etc., and being part of a larger network that is then able to create new products to sell to new markets that would provide, for example, creative products based on cultural designs. That could then be, for example, fabrics, fashion, that would then be well priced in the high markets of Paris and New York, etc., but linked back to communities that could then be reinvested in enriching cultures and natural resource areas. So what it means to me is that, in the Philippines and elsewhere, we have to rethink social forestry, community forestry, beyond subsistence to create a local basis for thriving rural economies. Thriving rural economies that are locally rooted, but linked to wider opportunities, markets, technology, etc., and that empowers these communities to express, their ideas and perspectives through the products and the, identities they create and project. And the possibility through web-based technologies for that is more, open than at any time in the past. So I think the kind of capacity building support community forestry programs need to think and provide to communities would have to go beyond what worked 30 years ago or 20 years. Beyond the training programs, what is this, what are these species, the combinations, etc. We have to think in an integrated manner. Kinds of social forestry and agroforestry designs, for example, should be able to include both high value products, niche market oriented products, spices, health food supplements, ingredients for beauty products, pharmaceuticals, which groups like NTFPP are doing, as well as capacity building that, market management for completely virtual enterprises or virtual selling of products derived from forest. The other thing is that we talk about remunerative, returns to community forestry, social forestry, but also the sustainability and the long-term prospects, minimizing uncertainty and risks. As a business person, as an enterprise, you want sure returns. The sense is, in the case of the Philippines, is 25 years long enough. We have countries in ASEAN that offer 50-year permits or 50-year agreements. Is it now time to think about or rethink 25 years? What is the basis for that? And for what is needed in the future? But the most fundamental thing is ensuring that the rights are protected. This is not just the tenure, but the bundle of rights, as John was saying, that goes into these agreements. And the reason that this is very important is because in many countries, not just in Southeast Asia, but certainly in India, Nepal, where I worked before, there is always the threat of these resources being recovered when the value has enhanced. In other words, as a strategy, community forestry, social forestry are actually quite delicate in balancing one, just flying under the radar so you don't get too noticed, and being able to stay there long enough in order to get the benefits. The problem with adding value to degraded lands, regenerating to forest, especially high value wood, for example, is that by the time they're ready to harvest, somebody more powerful becomes interested and takes over. Then that can only be prevented if rights are ironclad and that the risk of that is actually minimized. So, so all of this together not only ensure that young people are interested, but also old people, well, not old, but, mature individuals who would like to stay on with the program for longer. I think it requires a fundamental rethinking of how technology, the perspectives, modalities will have to come together in a new and revitalized social community forestry for the long term. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Doris. I think the question on how do we ensure that young people are involved in meaningfully engaged in community forestry can also be answered by some of our speakers. Would you like to share your thoughts, Ms. Barati, on the experience in Nepal, or Mr. Sikid on experience in Indonesia? Yes, Mr. Siddiq.
Sorry, this is still mute. Yeah, Brian. Hello.
Hello, Sir Siddiq. There's a question on how do we ensure that young people are involved in meaningfully engaged in community forestry. So can you share some experience or thoughts in the context of Indonesia, I guess? How do we engage youth, or how can we engage them better?
This is also like a issue in the village level. That in Indonesia, in some place, the youth is, after they get the school, and then they outside to the village and then get the job and get money from other side, and then the old man and papa, mama, this is already in also sitting in the village. The youth is like outside, but some exercise is we involve them as the we mentioned this, the champions in the village level, to engage them as the in the social forestry scheme. The national level support the youth to be like a extension worker. They get the job, and they get the chance or opportunity to fostering the local community in their village especially, and then working together with the farmer group, and then exactly they previously get like a training and support from knowledge and how to thinking about the social forestry and knowledge material to do provided will be provided by the national level. And also when they, like for example, join with us in Forclam, also Forclam supported with the cost sharing, and then filling the gap, the situation in the region level. So that's the issue is right. The youth is usually think it's easy. They would like some money for after they get the school, or don't think about their hometown. And some area we success to support the national level to to bring them as the extension worker, and then we encourage them by training to get improve their competency. But it's very less a number. That's from my side, Brian.
All right, thank you, sir. We have a couple more questions here. Our next question is for Dr. Gans and Doc John from Martins. So his question is, what is the best strategy and approach to expanding social forestry to other countries in the region which haven't knowing about social forestry in practice? Maybe Dr. Gans?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to speak based on 30 years of RECOF's experience trying to advocate community forestry, social forestry in this region, and also some of the lessons learned from the project Doris ran for close to a decade, the ASEAN-Swiss Partnership Project on Forestry and Climate Change. Ultimately, we heard from Bharati when she said how useful it was for Nepalis to learn from what was happening in Vietnam or what was happening in Thailand. And under the ASEAN-Swiss partnership, there was a lot of exchanges going on, not just between Nepal, but mostly in Southeast Asian ASEAN member states. And that has led to, I would say, quite a bit of reforms in Southeast Asia, especially, creating the window of opportunity for social forestry and community forestry to really deliver. Now we have to deliver. And this is where, I want to echo Doris's latest comment on thriving rural economies. We know that there are, in the community forestry context, a diversity of products, landscape scale products, and that diversity reflects sometimes the biodiversity, sometimes the culture, the indigenous peoples. And there's new opportunities to link those products now with end consumers, rural people linking to urban people. And you have this exchange now more so than we saw in the past. And the e-commerce opportunity is really there. There's also now transformative changes in the way we do capacity building. So I just shared in the chat window, a typical course that we used to deliver in person in Bangkok by flying people in, having them sit in a training room, go to the field. Everything now is online. It's 6-7 hours of instruction to be done at your leisure. This is also where the next generation, I think, is very versatile in using the technology, and it's our approach, I would say, to really tap into that next generation and the digital learning momentum that we're seeing. So these web-based technologies are definitely useful, but I would say to the degree that social forestry and community forestry can continue to demonstrate how we can achieve climate change mitigation, how we can achieve food security, how we can achieve energy and water security through community forestry, not as a means to an end, but as one critical component of an integrated landscape approach. I think that's a very important delivery that we've been saying for decades now, but now ultimately with World Bank projects, with ADB projects, with GCF projects, we have to deliver on everything that we've made these kind of grandiose statements for decades. Now it's really the opportune moment to take the policy, implement, and demonstrate with practice on the ground. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Gans. How about you, Dr. Pulhin? What do you think is the best approach to expand social forestry in other areas or regions?
Yeah, I think David has very well articulated already what needs to be done in terms of expanding the reach of social or community forestry. But let me, on the other hand, say that Sisto Martins, who asked this question, is actually from Timor-Leste. And he is one of our students. And essentially, probably was asking, how do I expand also social forestry in his country? And so other than what David had mentioned already, I think we need to work with the champions at different levels in order to promote and advocate really what community forestry can do. As we have said, whether we like it or not, in the next probably 20 to 30 years or so, poverty will still be a central issue. And community forestry is at the heart of that. Climate resilience is another, biodiversity conservation, and so on. And therefore, there is a need for collective efforts at different levels. And our experience in the Philippines really shows that we need to work with champions at different levels, from the community, from the bureaucracy, from the civil society, and so on and so forth, so that we can put our acts together and really move forward our agenda so that we can also use best cases. And in fact, this is one of the objectives of organizing ShareCom. We want to expand our dialogue so that we can reach out to areas which has never been reached out yet. And there are various platforms, and this is one. Of course, working with the government is equally important. We have the ASEAN Working Group in Social Forestry that can also play a crucial role. But at the same time, finally, I want also to put emphasis, and this relates to the earlier question in terms of the younger generation, the role of education in terms of providing that critical mass of professionals who care for and will really work for the communities. No? And this is where we believe is probably UPLB can contribute because we have a Department of Social Forestry and Forest Governance that promotes the production of knowledge, but also professionals who will be advocating for community forestry and social forestry. Just to quickly mention that when I was then the chair of our department, I was counting the DFOs who graduated from Nepal in the Philippines in my department alone. And there are 28 as of that time, district forest officers working in community forestry who were able to graduate from UPLB. And those are from Nepal. No? And so I just want to highlight that there is a role both for formal and non-formal capacity development. And of course, this is, I believe, where RECOP and UPLB can partner also, and of course, the rest of other civil society and our government partners, so that in the area of capacity building, both formal and informal, but also working, as I've said, with different champions at different levels, from communities to essentially district and then national and even regional level. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much, Doc Pulhin. We're already beyond our schedule, but let's have one last question for Dr. Ueda and Mr. Labastre. For the other questions, the ShareCom for Asia Secretariat has already documented all your questions and we'll get back to you for the answers. Apologies for this. So the question for Dr. Ueda and Mr. Labastre, what do you think is the future of community forestry in terms of financing in the next 25 years? What is the possibility of an increased financial support to community forestry, especially that community resilience is the way forward in addressing many environmental problems that the world is facing?
Thank you. First, I mean, Philippines, the great country with interest in spending ODA fund for forest management purpose. Actually, many countries, I mean, they do not like to borrow ODA loan for forest management. So you do have kind of environment, kind of enabling environment where you can, finance using, concessional loans from ADB or World Bank or even AFD. So certainly, I mean, you do have a very good environment, political environment. And I mean, I heard from this, Nepalese ladies, I mean, presentation. There has been difficulty, I mean, securing the fund for a community forestry or forest project. So it's really, I mean, we have to work hand in hand, and especially DNR has to take some lead and secure sufficient financing, because protecting forest is not free of charge. I mean, it costs certainly. And we are engaging community, I mean, for the country, for the people who are not living in a forest as well. So it's really important for us to, really raise the awareness and bring it to decision makers and, channel their resources. I think Philippines has very good potential and also environment to do so. Thank you. Terry, if you have anything.
Maybe just nothing much to add except, sorry, I could put the video. Yeah. What I would say that all donors, I mean, if we want to look at the future and the need, there is still need to finance this community and to incentivize the community to be involved. And the donor and the government won't be able to fill the gap. So I believe that the perspective of the private sector also is very important, especially if we can more and more develop some sort of certification scheme to provide incentives for people to protect their area. Now we have one village in our project in Indonesia, which is under certification scheme. Through this certification scheme with a private off-taker, they will receive for 25 years some fund and incentive to continue protecting their forest, and this money that they receive will help the communities to continue protecting, because protection of forests is as a cost, even if it's still for the benefit of the people. Still, the time that people are devoting to the protection, to the conservation, is still the time they don't have for something else. So incentive is important. I believe that certification scheme, there is different one. It's one of the solution that should be developed. But we should also think that at the moment, for a forest community or a forest village to go to the certification, it needs a lot of support, because it's a quite complex and long process, and the donor and the public funds are also needed for this still.
All right, thanks very much, Dr. Ueda and Mr. Labastre. Thank you so much to our incredible speakers, and thank you as well to those who shared their ideas and insights during the open forum. If you have additional questions, we would be more than happy to forward them to our guest speakers through email and continue this conversation. We are now going to the second part of our program at this point. Thank you for staying with us. The second part is a unique aspect of ShareCom For Asia dialogue. As I mentioned earlier, ShareCom For Asia provides a venue where new initiatives in social and community forestry could flourish, and which the various stakeholders could easily track of. So this promotes a seamless dissemination and direct application of innovations, products, and tools in solving forestry problems. Accordingly, new perspectives in sustainable forest management are gained, which can be shared again through the platform. So we envision to transfer project tools, information, knowledge, and other that can be of important input to upland communities and other actors who are involved in social forestry in the region. So an initial activity of the ShareCom, the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, Interdisciplinary Study Center for Integrated Natural Resources and Environmental Management, or UPLB INREM, will share its community-based forest management atlas in the Philippines, produced through a project funded by the Forest Foundation Philippines. On behalf of our Executive Director at Forest Foundation Philippines, Attorney Jose Andres Canivel, I would like to thank Dr. Juan Pulhin and his team at the UPLB INREM, as well as partners from the Forest Management Bureau of the DENR for the hard work and success of the grant project we supported, titled Assessing CBFM in the Philippines Through Stock Taking and Forest Fragmentation Analysis. ShareCom for Asia can also be considered as an offshoot of this CBFM assessment project, wherein it will be a permanent platform for online sharing of experiences and distilling lessons and catalyzing collective action in community forestry in Asia. To sustain sharing of experiences, we encourage a commitment and support from various stakeholders. And we hope that the outputs of the said CBFM assessment project, including the CBFM Atlas, can serve as important input to decision-making processes, both at the institutional and community level. So the CBFM Map Atlas contains information on the different sites awarded with CBFM stewardship across the 15 regions in the Philippines, including the results of their forest fragmentation analysis. So as part of this turnover ceremony, please watch this video.
The CBFM Atlas, the first in Philippine forestry history, is a collection of visual maps of the community-based forest management areas in the Philippines, covering the periods of 1988, 2003, 2010, and 2015. The Executive Order 263 issued in 1995 allocates to local communities portions of the forest lands for development, protection, management, conservation, and further grants them access to forest resources. Generally, the CBFM aims to protect Filipinos' right to a healthy environment, improve the socio-economic conditions of the participating communities, and promote social justice as well as equitable access and benefits from forest resources. Anchored on science-based techniques and approaches, the CBFM Atlas features land cover change and fragmentation analysis by assessing the spatial structure within CBFM areas through time. We hope that through this atlas, geospatial results can be used as a basis in future related plans and programs of the government, particularly with the Forest Management Bureau of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, the main government agency in the Philippines, mandated to protect and manage the natural resources of the country. The data in the atlas is meant to be integrated in the DENR information management system and designed to be updated as more information becomes available through time, to serve as basis for evidence-based policy and decision-making.
To formally turn over the CBFM Atlas to DENR, please welcome Dr. Jose Camacho Jr., Chancellor of the University of the Philippines at Los Baños, for his speech.
We are pleased to turn over this community-based forest management, or CBFM Atlas, to the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. The CBFM Atlas is one of the primary outputs of the project entitled Assessing CBFM Program in the Philippines through Stock Taking and Forest Fragmentation Analysis. This atlas is a product of a 2-year painstaking work of the UPLB project team led by Professor and academician Juan M. Pulhin, Chair of the UPLB Interdisciplinary Studies Center for Integrated Natural Resources and Environment Management, with funding support from the Forest Foundation Philippines, or FFP. We hope that this output will help achieve the objectives of CBFM in the next 25 years and beyond by institutionalizing within CBFM the culture of evidence-based policy and decision-making that will help achieve the goal of sustainable forest management, social justice, and poverty reduction among forest-dependent communities. I wish to thank DENR and FFP for making UPLB their partner in forestry and natural resources research and public service endeavors, such as this. Rest assured that UPLB is committed to help future-proof our country's upland natural resources.
To receive the CBFM Atlas, may we call on ASEC Marshal Amaro Jr., Assistant Secretary for Field Operations of the DENR and Concurrent Director of the Forest Management Bureau in charge of managing the forest resources of the Philippines, for his acceptance speech and response.
Pleasant good afternoon to all the participants from the ASEAN member states in this regional forum. It is our great pleasure to be part of this forum entitled Sharing Lessons, Advancing Collective Action in Community Forestry for Asia, or ShareCom For Asia. In behalf of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Forest Management Bureau, we would like to give our sincerest gratitude to UPLB Chancellor, Dr. Jose V. Camacho, UPLB College of Forestry and Natural Resources Dean, Professor Marlo Mendoza, and the project team headed by Dr. John Pulhin for this endeavor. We are truly honored and delighted to have partnered with the UPLB team in this undertaking with funding support from the Forest Foundation Philippines on the project entitled Assessing the Community-Based Forest Management or CBFM program in the Philippines through stock-taking and forest fragmentation analysis. The project is very timely and relevant as we continue to work and find ways in addressing the gaps and challenges in the management of our forests, as well as in improving the socio-economic conditions of our upland communities. This undertaking is also crucial in enhancing the implementation of our CBFM-related programs and projects in the Philippines. CBFM being the National Strategy for Sustainable Management of Forest Lands and the Resources therein. Hence, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Forest Management Bureau, is very grateful in accepting the results of the project, which include, among others, the map atlas with shapefiles, project documents, and related database. These knowledge products entail essential information for the improvement of the CBFM program implementation as we move forward for the next 25 years. We would also like to commend the team for their significant and diligent effort that despite the pandemic situation in the country, they were able to conduct all the targeted activities per approved plan under the project and even go beyond to gather more essential data. The key findings of the project will provide us with information on what enabling conditions, such as policies or guidelines, that can be formulated or enhanced to fill the gaps and challenges that the program have as identified by the results of the project and other CBFM related studies and projects in the past. We also want to extend our sincere recognition to our CBFM field implementers and CBFM people's organizations nationwide who became part of and provided inputs for the successful implementation of this project. The success of the project would not be possible without your commitment and active cooperation and support. The Forest Management Bureau shall utilize these outputs in the most appropriate manner, particularly in the development of more sound policies for the effective and efficient implementation of feasible and workable forestry programs and projects. More importantly, we recognize CBFM as indeed still the best strategy to achieve sustainable forest management. Again, our sincere thanks and congratulations to the whole team as we look forward for future collaboration, and we continuously envision to further enhance and develop the implementation of community-based programs and projects in the country, and even among countries in the ASEAN region in order to achieve sustainable development.
We are very grateful to Chancellor Camacho and ASEC Amaro for their presence in the very first turnover ceremony for the second part of the ShareCom For Asia dialogue. We intend to do this every dialogue to showcase projects, tools, or efforts that will help in the sustainable implementation of social community forestry in Asia. We hope to invite UPLB and DENR again in the future to discuss their experience in using the CBFM Atlas so we can learn and replicate potential lessons in our own country or community. Thank you very much.
Thank you to ShareCom For Asia Secretariat for that video, and would also like to thank the team of Forester Idelfonso Kiloy from FMB and the Office of the Chancellor for making this happen. Now, before we proceed to the last part of our program, we are going to formally launch the ShareCom website where all resources about dialogues, including the presentations today, the team behind the initiative and our history can be accessed. And to give us a short presentation, may I call on Dr. Rose Jane Peras, Chair of the Department of Social Forestry and Forest Governance at the College of Forestry and Natural Resources in UPLB. You're still on mute, ma'am?
Yeah, okay,
Great.
sorry. Okay, thank you very much, Brian. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, we are launching the ShareCom For Asia website, and this website will be the main repository of relevant materials on social and community forestry in Asia and event documents on future ShareCom For Asia events. Can we go to the next slide? Okay. Okay. So here you can see now the website homepage, which contains the announcements, the quick links to the website menu, and the latest news of the ShareCom For Asia initiative. Okay. For the let me have a quick walkthrough of the website contents. You can see now here the navigation menu and pages. So you can see the About page, or the menu page, the stakeholders menu, and the resources menu, which has links to news, publications, and videos. Next. We do have the About menu, which has links to the following pages: About Us, the history, vision, and approach, our logo, meaning our the ShareCom logo, and Contact Us, so that people can be able to reach out to inquire about and participate in future ShareCom forums and dialogues. Next. And last, stakeholders menu actually enumerates members of the steering committee, the key forestry experts from various organizations in Asia, and secretariat composed of the Department of Social Forestry and Forest Governance staff and other volunteer staff from UP Los Baños. And the resources menu, where we will upload news and future videos of ShareCom for Asia events, as well as related publications and documents on forestry initiatives and researches. You may visit the ShareCom for Asia website at sharecom.upld.edu.ph. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jane Pera. So that's sharecom.uplb.edu.ph, right? Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. So thanks very much for that, Dr. Peras. So we are almost ready to conclude our event, but before we do that, I believe it would be most helpful if we synthesize everything that has been learned today to share his insights on the matter and at the same time deliver the closing remarks. I would like to introduce the program head of research and thought leadership at Southeast Asia Regional Center for Graduate Study and Research in Agriculture, or CIRCA, Dr. Pedcris Orencio. Sorry. So Dr. Pedcris Orencio received the International Environmental Leadership Award for his contribution to the program for sustainability leaders and meisters, supported by the Special Coordination Fund for Promoting Science and Technology of the Japan Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology. Dr. Orencio also served as postdoctoral researcher at the Research Institute for Humanity and Nature in Kyoto, Japan. His professional interests focus on coastal risk and vulnerability, the nexus of water, energy, food, and climate change adaptation, and has published numerous papers on these topics. His current projects focus on assisting the ASEAN and the countries in Southeast Asian region rationalize programs on agricultural and rural development through research, policy, and program advisory and knowledge platform. He holds PhD and MS degrees in environmental science from Hokkaido University, Japan. May I call on Dr. Orencio for the synthesis and closing remarks.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, allow me to extend my congratulations to everyone for a very successful event. As mentioned, my name is Pedcris Orencio, and I'm currently the head of research and thought leadership at CIRCA. My role here today is actually to weave the presentations and discussions and provide the synthesis of this event. Mind you, it was not a very easy task. No, the information shared with us by our experts and the exchanges, over the Q&A are very overwhelming, and we can't afford to skip a bit. So from the presentations, it is evident that community forestry has been pursued as a rural development strategy for many forest areas in the Southeast Asian region. Though in the ASEAN context, the term social forestry has been widely adopted. So in the past decades, the region has experienced advancements, not limited to social forestry policies and initiatives as shared by Dr. Capistrano. There are also activities from the devolution of tenure rights and local empowerment rooted in forest management and conservation. Various model transformations and innovations have also developed. This is basically against the backdrop of the changing roles and structures and values of ecosystem services from the forest, and as reflected in the current trends towards integrated approaches for community forest entrepreneurship, commercialization of forest products, private sector investments responding to pandemic, and others. Okay, so in the context of CBFM, or the community-based forest management in the Philippines, community or social forestry has served as a strategy for sustainable forestry and social justice. We noted that despite forests constitute an important asset for rural economy, the sector still faces some serious challenges related to environmental degradation, equity, persistent poverty, resource management regime, and the changing needs of communities, which have been further exacerbated by the neglect of critical institutions coming from the government, some communities, and of course the dwindling support from other organizations. So as shared by Dr. Pulhin, the current threat in the Philippines is the expiring agreements and conflicting tenure between recipient communities, preventing them from optimizing the services in this sector can provide. No? And the key to future management lies in the kind of leadership that will transcend from community to government and provide support to the investments of rightful tenure holders. Meanwhile, the discussions on how forest environmental governance reflects the centrality of equity in achieving just and sustainable outcomes were also laid out, highlighting the need to link this to a fair share among stakeholders on the socio-economic benefits derived from the kind of resource management regime. Now, as exemplified by the programs of FECOFUN in Nepal, specific activities and measures to empower the poorest and most vulnerable must be designed into development interventions so that the benefits from the community efforts will be captured and appropriated within them, no? Further resulting in communities implementing sustainable management systems. Following the view of contextual equity, that was pointed out by Dr. Katakutan, fairness in a forest happens when benefits are achieved in an environment in which principles such as transparency, representation, and participation of all stakeholders are observed in the decision-making process to make them effective and the interests of vulnerable groups are protected. And speaking of vulnerability, a more positive concept, which is resilience, was even highlighted in the sharing event, as this can likewise be observed from people engaged in community or social forestry. So as described by Dr. Gans, resilience was built upon the prevailing capacity of the system to either absorb, change, and persist, to sustain less damage when exposed to this difficult situation such as the COVID-19 pandemic by actually beefing up the asset base and eventually serving as safety nets. So following the findings on the contributions of social forestry during pandemics, community and social forestry has served increasing people's capacity and assets, and points out why pandemic recovery plans should include strengthening community-based forest management. In a similar discussion, the Philippines, we need leaders who will and can utilize science-based evidence and local knowledge for planning and management to prevent and mitigate tragedies, and for developing these enabling policies and systems that will cater to the sustainable improvement of partners. Actually, for an effective involvement of partners and stakeholders, we must adopt these broader paradigms and operating frameworks. This will enable us to share knowledge, develop mutual learning, and come up with joint actions across different sectors and organizations to basically address cross-cutting themes such as climate change, gender equality, empowerment, sustainability, but moreover, to ensure inclusion and equity among social groups at different levels. So these cross-sectoral platforms and networks will enhance the knowledge systems as they encourage policy, development, deep listening, quick learning approaches within and across the countries in the region. Related to this, Dr. Katakutan shared different cases of knowledge co-production processes from research projects. There are tools and methods that have helped provide proof that communities that exercise effective control over forest management through various schemes can lead to actions that actually improve outcomes related to livelihood, security, and solutions to their problems. Given the inherent challenges confronting the countries collectively, as well as the individual compelling cross-country concerns, investments from organizations such as ADB shared by Dr. Ueda and his team are especially important, no, to catalyze the operations of these cross-sectoral platforms and their support in developing enabling policies, providing infrastructure support, and research activities and programs that aim to achieve sustainability. Case in point is that project on community-focused investments, which considered customary practices for improving community participation in abating forest loss to improve livelihood and contribute to GHG emission reduction targets of the country. Similarly, development organizations such as GIZ play an important role in the process, no, by providing technical assistance, so they can provide social and economic development and capacity building for social forestry, and investing in development and strengthening of networks and organizations of these small-scale forest and farm producers, so that they can have this strategic and practical approach to scaling up, which also ensures the inclusion of the smallholder producers and development of social enterprises in programs, and increasing their ways on negotiating terms, such as increasing their opportunities to share in the benefits of conservation programs, as alluded by Mr. Siddiq, which with reference to some Indonesian cases. So in summary, our esteemed speakers have actually shared with us lessons from community and social forestry, which highlight the following critical factors for success. First, the security of bundle of rights, such as tenure over land and forest resources, the balance between incentives, the benefits and responsibilities, the costs and investments of various stakeholders. Second, the strong, transparent, and accountable governance at different scales, and the socio-political environment that is supportive of donor cooperation and collaboration, particularly from multilateral organizations and private institutions. The third, access to productivity-enhancing technical skills, building knowledge and developing critical mass that can advocate for continuous adaptive learning process, making use of digital platforms, and developing safety nets. Fourth, the recognition of the developing social enterprises, particularly providing investments and access to markets to enhance goods and services. And finally, fifth, the systems transformation, such as organizational mandates that will cater to structural changes and with consideration of values vis-a-vis the regimes, the cultural norms, and indigenous practices that support communities and smallholders to implement community and social forestry at all scales. We actually attribute these lessons from our champions and their experiences, which provided us with the best cases that can help scale up these further interventions. So, well, it has been a challenge to really package all the insights that came in today, and I hope I was able to capture them and move them all, as well as being able to give justice to the wealth of knowledge that our speakers have imparted in this sharing event. So I understand that this event will not only further guide the collective actions, the development efforts, as well as developing the sustainable policies that will shape the leadership roles, no, or enhance institutions and government programs for community and social forestry. We now have the atlas and the website, which are in addition to our knowledge resources to further increase our tribe. Again, congratulations to everyone. Finally, allow me to mention that CIRCA is very pleased to have been a partner in this undertaking. We are grateful to all those who have been involved in preparing the webinar, our speakers and our organizers. Thank you as well to those who have participated and shared their views to move forward with this endeavor. It is very important, I guess, that the views that were expressed in here will be disseminated to a wider audience, no? Particularly the recommendations part. But I believe that the task has been delegated in very capable hands. Again, thank you, stay safe, and have a good day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Orencio, for the comprehensive synthesis and for the closing message. We're going to request the participants to please respond to the online evaluation form for you to get also your certificate of participation. I'm also going to share the link here on chat. All right. So thanks once again. Thank you to our incredible speakers. Thank you so much, everyone. And see you in the next ShareCom dialogue, which we will announce through the website, sharecom.uplb.edu.ph. Would like to thank the following institutions here that you can see on screen. All right. Thanks, everyone. Stay safe.
Brian, can we take a photo of all the speakers?
Ah, right. Sige po. May I ask all the panelists here to please open your cameras so we can take a quick screenshot. Perfect. Okay, some of our speakers are no longer here, but thanks to everyone for staying. We understand you have other meetings or engagements. So yeah, let's, how about Doc Jane Peras?
Hello, sir.
If you can open your camera so we can take a quick screenshot. Great. All right, so in three, 2, 1. Perfect. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you to and congratulations to ShareCom for Asia Secretariat, Doc Pauline.
Thank you everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Salamat po. Bye-bye.
See you again.
Thank you.
See you again, yeah.